In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Grand rising to you all. Please hit the like button on your way in. I hope you guys had a great night. Liz Livos, thank you for joining me this morning. It is so great to have you. And them slick the body. Thank you for joining me. It is also great to have you. Just give things time. Uh, just give things time, and just watch people scatter. Give them time, watch them play games, and watch them have to scatter. It's very interesting, but it's very predictable. Anyone who has dog shit, anybody who don't work on a low vibrational bullshit, any mature adult saw everything that was being done in this sector. 607, grand rising to you. I hope you guys hit the like button on your way in. It is just something to see. It is, I was over at Stomp Downs this morning, and it is really something to see. The people who thought they were turning it, people who thought that they were killing channels by doing all of these redirects. And then come to find out the people that they were redirecting to killed their channels. Interesting. Okay, so let's get into the news. You can't make this stuff up. You have to be dumb. And all of a sudden, YouTube cameras is so boring. YouTube cameras is so boring. I remember when I used to go live before YouTube's camera decided to start going live the same times that I went live. YouTube cameras used to go live late at night. And then There's someone who insists on calling herself bougie without understanding the word bougie is meant for people who want to appear to be better than average people. A whole self read this whispered in her ear and told her, well, why don't you go on in the morning? And people can go live whenever they want to go live. People can go live whenever they want to go live. When Ronnie Q told you that she saw you at the door. When Ronnie Q told you she saw you at the door, leading people over to Binary's channel, who just happened to decide to go live at the same time that I went live. Was she tripping? People can go live. No, I'm not tripping. I see you. I see you. Only for Binary to drag that big fucking whale after he got all his supporters from her. And all of a sudden, YouTube's camera is so boring. Is YouTube cameras really that boring? When did she get so boring? You guys all are piled up over there, are talking about her all day long. When did she get so boring? Hmm? All of a sudden, YouTube cameras is boring. I saw all of this shit. All of this shit. You can't mod on my channel and never show up, but it's always over in someone else's channel modding. No, it doesn't work like that. So I saw it all. Um, that's all I have to say about that. Who does that? And that's all I have. Forrest Gump. And that's all I have to say about that. And Forrest Gump outdid the best of them. Okay, so let's get into the news. Do you guys understand that Europe is um, looking to increase their military, increase their arms because they definitely think that they are about to have to fight World War III. If you are unaware of that, yes, Europe is on a war footing. Europe has come out and told 45, 47, oh, we see you. They have given him his leeway. They have been polite with the United States. They've come and visited the United States, all the while understanding that 45, 47 is trying to undermine Ukraine, and thus that would also undermine Europe. So they have kind of like sitting up like Ronnie Q, kind of sitting up like Ronnie Q. Like you think I don't see you? You think I don't see this? So uh, the European Union is saying, you know what? I'm just going to let you know that we see you and we are ready to fight. So it appears to be wartime in the United States. I mean, in Europe, because they see that the United States does not, in fact, have their back. And they don't seem one bit bothered about it. They say they are going to do what they need to protect Europe. Now, let me share this with you. I have a couple of things that I will be sharing with you today. Let me get to this. Where is it? Oh, I gotta find it. Here it is, right here. I have to find it. Here we go. Maybe that's not it. Is this it? Let me see. I apologize. Hmm. I apologize. Oh, here it is. Right in my face. My goodness. While our government is talking about everything but the serious stuff. So here we go. Let me share this with you. The link is in my description box. Let's hear what the European leaders are telling our president as our president is going through our treasury like a starving hog, uh, enriching himself and his family. What's really going on in the world and the news that really affects you and how you live your life? While people are directing you to channels where people are scamming you out of all of your money for absolutely nothing, some bullshit and lies. Let's get into this.
Furious world leaders in Europe are done playing nice with Donald Trump, and they are now saying they are ready for war. Donald, you're going to try to call our bluff. These European leaders are saying we are on the brink of World War III, and we are.
Now, Z Sarah was in my chat yesterday, and she talked to me about what the new MI6 leader was saying about being on a World War III footing. At the time when the United States citizens can't even pay attention to the fact that a lot of them will be homeless and have jobless and have no health care in the coming year. They're not even worried about their own subsistence, much less what's going on in the world. And it seems like the world is definitely on a war footing. So I just want to Z Sarah told me about the MI6 person said that, and what Z Sarah did not tell me, or I didn't I don't recall Z Sarah telling me that the MI6 person is actually a woman for the first time. If you saw my thumbnail, that's why I have this woman on my thumbnail. Uh, Blasey Metro, I can't, I don't want to hammer her name. This is who's giving the warning. So let's get into it.
Ready to fight, and we know how pathetic and weak you are, Donald. And if you thought we were just going to run away from Ukraine and allow your plan with Vladimir Putin to be executed and for you to take over all of Europe, well, you're going to have to take it from our hands. We're going to build an army. We're going to strike back, and we're ready for war if war is going to come across our land and our.
Now we know that Vladimir Putin has been playing Donald Trump like a fucking fiddle. And we also know that Donald Trump has Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, people who work in real estate who are not elected officials over there pretending like they're trying to come up with a peace solution. And we understand that a 21-point alleged peace solution came out, and it was everything that Vladimir Putin want and put all kind of restraints on Ukraine. And then they were so embarrassed that it was so obvious that this was a point by point what Putin, the invader of Ukraine, would want, and that they were going to try to present it as something that they came up with to end the war themselves. Our uh, Marco Rubio, our what is he? What is secretary is he? Marco Rubio, the Department of State tried to pretend like this is the idea that they came up with as a peace agreement. and they were laughed all over the place by the media. They had to step back and say, no, this was just a preliminary. No, we came up with this, but no, this was just a starting point. And we talked to Russia about it, and we were going to present it. Well, that means you got it from Russia, and you were going to present it to Zelensky, but they were going to present it to Zelensky as in something, if you don't accept this, I think fat face Vance, if I'm not mistaken, said if they don't accept this by Thanksgiving, then the United States was going to walk away. But they are still sitting at the tables with their fucking faces all red flush because the German chancellor showed up this week with Vladimir Putin. They were like, nah, we gonna show you that the whole Europe is behind Putin, because we know that if we let Putin walk all over them, he's going to be walking all over Europe next, all over us next. So they have been showing up for Putin, and they said that they are going to get together armies because they understand that they're going to have to fight right now. They're on a war footing. Are you on a war footing? Is your for-profit media having you on a war footing, or are they showing you interviews with the looking at the sky and tapping the corners of their eyes, no tear, having Charlie Kirk's wife talking about this same old Charlie Kirk bullshit? Are you on a war footing when you found out that your government is putting out watch lists for you for phone numbers so people can turn you in if they figure that you are one of the things on the list un-American? Are you on a war footing? Or will you be locked up because somebody called the FBI or the Justice Department hotline and said that you seem un-American, or that you seem like you are anti-capitalist, or you seem like you are not following a correct ideology about sexual sex genders? Or do you even know that there is a list that they are putting out of people? There is a list that they are putting out of phone numbers where American citizens can report American citizen for what is but for being anti-Christian, for not being Christian enough. Says these charlatans are going to make a list so somebody can report you for being anti-Christian. And you got a whole felon sitting in the White House who was out screwing a adult entertainment star while his wife was at home with his newborn son. They're going to have a list to figure out who's anti-Christian. Make that make sense. Make any of this make sense. Let's continue.
Or shores. Let me show you what went down again just over the past 24 to 48 hours. And this video is a continuation of the reporting we did from yesterday morning. A quick reminder, make sure you subscribe to this YouTube channel. As you know, we're covering things, corporate news, and really no one else is covering in the detail that it needs. I mean, there are some good reporters, let me be clear, but corporate news is totally ignoring this stuff. And you know we're under attack from the Trump regime, so hit subscribe. Let me show you what the new head of MI6 had to say. By the way, she's the first female head of MI6. That leadership role is called the C. And here she is giving a powerful speech. Let's play it.
All continue to face the menace of an aggressive, expansionist, and revisionist Russia seeking to subjugate Ukraine and harass NATO. I find it harrowing that hundreds of thousands have died, with the toll mounting every day because of Putin's historical distortions and his compromised desire for respect. He is dragging out negotiations and shifting the cost of war onto his own population. But Putin should be in no doubt. Our support is enduring. Alongside the grinding war, Russia is testing us in the grey zone with tactics that are just below the threshold of war. It's important to understand their attempts to bully, fearmonger, and manipulate because it affects us all. I'm talking about cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, drones buzzing, airports and bases, aggressive activity in our seas above and below the waves, state-sponsored arson and sabotage, propaganda and influence operations that crack open and exploit fractures within societies. The export of chaos is a feature, not a bug, in this Russian approach.
The export of chaos. You know, Trump throws everything on the wall and sees what stick. That Steve Bannon said that they were going to be putting out so much stuff that people are not going to go nowhere to look because they're going to flood the zone. Steve Bannon said about this administration, they're going to flood the zone. The export of chaos.
To international engagement. And we should be ready for this to continue until Putin is forced to change his calculus. AI-powered robots and drones are brilliant for scaled manufacturing, but devastating on the battlefield. Discoveries that cure disease can also create new weapons.
So they're pushing all of this AI on you, that AI is going to be great for you. At the same time, you understand that AI is created to take your jobs. But what I have been telling you, what AI will do in the battlefield, and Pete Kegbreath has came out last week and said that they have incorporated AI into our military. And it can be deadly. You have heard me say so many times what they have been doing with this AI and these drones. You know, kind of like what healthcare companies have been doing, setting up AI to approve or disapprove your treatment. A non-human is going over what your doctor says that you need, and deciding if you're going to get coverage to have the treatment that your doctor says you need. These are the deciders. So with AI in the military is going to be deciding who needs to be attacked, who needs to be taken out. People are not deciding this. AI is going to decide this. And we have incorporated AI into not only our military, but to our ICE, FBI, and all the way down to local police. And so, when you think all these people are going to be set out on the street from the changes to HUD and Section 8 that are coming next month, you think that when all of these people at the end of the year are going to not have health insurance, and then it's going to grow by 25 million more people because of this big, beautiful bill? Oh, so what you think these people are just going to sit on the street and watch the traffic go by and people watch? Or you think they're going to be knocking people upside the head trying to get what they need? This is not by mistake. This is by design. All of this shit is by design. Do you think that they want to have all this AI capabilities and not be able to use it on your ass? Because you're sleeping, you're still shopping at Amazon. Obviously, you're dumb enough to want it, and you're about to get it.
States race for tech supremacy, or as some algorithms become as powerful as states, those hyper-personalized tools. Discoveries that cure disease can also create new weapons. And as states race for tech supremacy, or as some algorithms become as powerful as states, those hyper-personalized tools could become a new vector for conflict and control.
Next up, I want to share with you what
they can become a new vector for conflict and control. While they're telling you all the great things that AI is doing, they're not telling you the fucked up shit AI is going to do. And you're 45, 47. Why do you think that he has put an executive order in that no state can make any changes, create any rules to to hold AI back. They cannot make any rules or guidelines for AI in any state in the United States. But that don't tell y'all nothing. Y'all think that AI is something that is cute, so your lazy asses don't have to open that book to read actual history. You guys think that it is cute to use AI and how AI is always wrong. You go to Grok and ask who has the better physique, Elon Musk or who? LeBron James. It will tell you Elon Musk does. And y'all know that Grok is lying to you and you're still using Grok. Like that Grok meme that I showed you yesterday where they had Charlie Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein caught the bullet before it could penetrate Charlie Kirk's neck, and they asked Grok, is this a real picture? What did Grok says? Grok says, yes, this is a real picture. I think it happened in Pennsylvania, the place where they were trying to assassinate 4547. This is AI. And people out here recommending AI with the knowledge that AI is getting things wrong. You're only strengthening AI. You are only prompting. You know that the prompts that a dumb motherfucker said that he is paid to do in AI. AI is not. Nobody's paying stupid motherfuckers to prompt AI. Stupid motherfuckers going in and using AI is the things that are prompting AI to build upon itself. AI doesn't need to pay anybody to build upon itself. It is using people that it has access to. And who does it have access to in the United States? It has access to every single person because they have every single person in the United States data. So you think they're going to pay a dumb bum to program or to prompt AI? I mean, some of you guys are really, really twisted. Some of you guys are so stupid that it doesn't make sense. Some of you guys want to present to be so intelligent when you say the dumbest shit on the planet. Okay, let's continue.
The United Kingdom's Air Chief Marshal Sir Richard Knighton said at the speech that he just gave, warning that people in Europe need to prepare now for the type of world war that their grandparents were involved in. War is about to start again beyond Ukraine, and Europe needs to get ready for a world war. This is the language that they're using. Here, play this clip.
The war in Ukraine and Russia's track record shows Putin's willingness to target neighboring states, including their children and civilian populations. The Russian leadership has made clear that it wishes to challenge, limit, divide, and ultimately destroy NATO. Deterrence, at least for NATO, has been working, but the threats and risks are growing. For 3 decades, many did not have to think about the armed forces. Peace was stable, conflict was distant, but that is no longer true. I will argue that the situation is more dangerous than I have known during my career, and the price of peace is rising. Our response needs to go beyond simply strengthening our armed forces. It needs a whole-of-nation response that builds our defence industrial capacity, grows the skills we need, harnesses the power of the institutions we will need in wartime, and increases the resilience of society and the infrastructure that supports it. The deterrence is hard to measure, and it's really hard to answer the question, how much is enough? In fact, it's almost impossible to answer that question, except in hindsight. But if we get it wrong, the costs could be huge. I'm super clear that our armed forces are our first line of defence, and we need to be ready to fight and win. But the cost of getting it wrong is not just going to fall on those in uniform. The impact of failure will not be on some hopefully hypothetical future battlefield, but on the infrastructure and economy that underpins our broader national life and that of our allies. We have to prepare to protect ourselves from an array of real physical threats of growing sophistication.
And then I will share with you right here one of the top foreign affairs EU officials, the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs. Here's what she had to say, that Donbass is not Putin's endgame. Putin wants Donbass and have Eastern Ukraine handed to him, though he can't take it over by military force. He's been too weak to do that, because then they're going to launch further plans and attacks. EU knows what's up, and they're not going to fall for Putin and Trump's scheme. Here, play this clip.
We have to understand that Donbas is not Putin's endgame. If it gets Donbas, then the fortress is down, and then they definitely move on with taking the whole of Ukraine. And if Ukraine goes, then other regions are also in danger. We know this from the history, and we should learn from history.
And then this top minister in the EU for Foreign Affairs is asked, so can EU provide the security guarantees it needs to stay? Here, play this clip right here.
You have to keep in mind is that why countries want to be in NATO is because they don't want Russia to invade them, to attack them. And that's why, Sweden and Finland joined NATO. That's why the Baltic states joined NATO, to have this defense umbrella, really. Now, if this is not in question, or this is out of the question, then we need to see what are the security guarantees that are tangible. They can't be, papers or promises. They have to be, real troops, real capabilities, so that Ukraine is able to defend itself.
Now let me share with you what a Ukrainian member of parliament, Kira Rudik, had to say. And I think the point that she makes here is absolutely perfect. And shout out, by the way, to these powerful female, frankly.
I think over the last,
the world would be a better place. That's just my humble opinion. Here, play this clip.
I think over the last, 6 months, we have heard so many things about different peace plans, about different proposals. However, everybody's trying to dance around the complicated question that is not answered. And the question is, who or what will make sure that Putin would not attack us again?
Yeah, so how are we really talking about peace plan? We had 45, 47 demanding 50% of their rare earth minerals to give to billionaires to have you think that, AI is a race to AI and we can't let China get AI first when he's giving the chips to China now? Why is somebody who wanted you to believe that all of these billionaires are allowed to set up a secret, to go behind the doors and set up a secret data centers in your cities and your towns, and you are paying the bulk of the electricity bill for billionaires to collect data on you? And it has been I have been reporting on that for a while, but now more states are aware of it. Unfortunately, Virginia, the one state that has the most data centers, they have the most data centers in Virginia. More states are becoming aware, and more people are pushing back on these data centers. Are you, or do you even know? Did you know that there was a big influx in everyone's electricity bills all across the United States, and people are hard pressed to understand why? And electricity companies are saying that they're doing a regularly scheduled maintenance, and that has to be figured into your bill. Well, do you understand that this maintenance that they're doing is to accommodate AI data centers? Are you aware of that? While they are playing fluff pieces to you in the news, while motherfuckers are worried about what alcoholics and drug addicts and liars are doing. Are you aware of what's going on in your world? The shit that affects you and how you live your life? As all of these motherfucking county recipients are sitting up here memorizing dumb shit and don't know that they gonna be on their ass sitting on the ground hungry and starving. Motherfuckers are promoting all the Trump era shit, trying to make themselves sound like they're elite when they are actually living on the government's dime, on your tax dollars, and allowed to come up on panels and talk dumb shit about 45, 47, and now they're hiding now. What about these ignorant motherfuckers? Let me continue.
no solution to that we have heard just yet. We have heard some things about security guarantees from the.
And let me say this. Let me say this. I am tired of a certain percentage of our population wallowing in dumb shit. I am so sick. If you can learn the lyrics to the rap song, you can certainly learn who is on your ballot to vote for. If you can learn dumb shit, surely you can learn shit about things that are going to affect you and how you live your life. Certainly, you can learn something about civics. If you can learn every lyric about dropping it low and spreading it wide, you can certainly learn something that's going to improve your lifestyle. But I guess you think that that's the government's responsibility. Now you're about to find out. You're about to find out.
United States, but I don't think that any of that is finalized. And other than that, what these discussions are about, we do not see that President Trump, who is leading these attempts to negotiate something, we do not see that he has gotten anything from Putin. So I seriously...
And he might not even go to the peace talks.
Yeah, so this is like, how does he think that Putin will stop?
Hey, Brett here. Allow me to interrupt for just 1 minute because I have major news that isn't getting nearly enough attention, and this may just be the biggest issue of our time. According to the Energy Information Administration, household electricity prices have risen 13% since Donald Trump took office, and experts say that this is just the beginning if current policies continue. As you all know, we've been doing these segments about the climate in our reports because, frankly, this is an issue that isn't getting talked about nearly enough. Across the country, climate pressures...
Hold on. Hey, happy endings. Now, this commercial, this is a commercial break, but I really do think that this commercial break needs to be heard. This is a commercial break. Understand that this is off topic. This is a commercial break. But I think that people need to hear this commercial.
And the explosive growth of energy-hungry data centers are straining the grid, driving up rates and hitting families hard. The New York Times reports that rural Republicans in deep red Georgia and Virginia are now voting for Democrats for the first time because their electric bills keep climbing while their elected officials greenlight these massive AI data centers without any local input. These facilities require staggering amounts of power and water, and under Trump, the strategy has been to just accelerate data center expansion while simultaneously taking a sledgehammer to clean energy projects. That combination, growing demand and shrinking supply, pushes the costs directly onto consumers. Utilities are racing to build expensive new infrastructure, from nuclear projects to new transmission lines, and they're passing all those costs on through higher monthly bills to the people. Communities are pushing back, though. In Arizona and Indiana, citizen pressure forced Amazon and Google to abandon data center plans. Great job speaking out. In Georgia, voters flipped long-held Republican utility seats because they connect the dots between politics, climate policy, and their skyrocketing bills. But here's the main point.
They talk about this clean energy. It's a fraud. Who wants to see the windmills? Nobody wants to see the windmills. I got rid of all the windmills. A whole motherfucking idiot. Who is not who has shut down Biden's clean energy bill and has replaced it. Drill, baby, drill. A whole motherfucking idiot. But it costs him nothing. It puts money in his pocket from millionaires and billionaires getting what they want out of this administration. But what is it doing for you? Thank you, views and view. I thought you were saying something different at first, happy endings. I caught one of the things you said, and I was like, that's why I paused it. I was like, hold up.
issue is about to define national politics. Electricity is becoming the new price of eggs, if you will. And if leaders, regardless of political party, don't confront the impact of climate change, corporate subsidies, and unchecked AI expansion on household energy costs, this problem will only get worse. This is a crisis that is hiding in plain sight. We all see it with our own eyes, and it demands far more attention right now. So do this for me quickly. Let me know your thoughts on AI data centers, on the climate, on your electricity bills, and so on below. And let's continue to make noise. Okay, Ben, back to you.
And then, of course, I showed you this clip yesterday, and here is Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, saying the Pax Americana is over. This idea of America and Europe side by side is done. America can't be trusted. Play this clip.
I will come back to this point shortly in the context of foreign and security policy. But, dear friends, the decades of Pax Americana are largely over for us in Europe and indeed for us in Germany.
Now, this is the Chancellor of Germany. He didn't send somebody in his steed. He showed up to the meeting with Zelensky and our embassy, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. He showed up because he know that they are full of shit, and they are trying to act as if they can pressure Zelensky into accepting something that is going to have Putin running through Europe as a whole.
Not the same as we once knew it. And dear friends, the decades of Pax Americana are largely over for us in Europe and indeed for us in Germany. It's not the same as we once knew it, and no amount of nostalgia will help, and I'd be one of the last who wouldn't gladly give in to such nostalgia. But it's no use. That's how it is. The Americans are now very, very firmly asserting their own interests, and that can only mean one answer, that we must now also assert our own interests.
And be sure, America is not inserting their own interests. This administration is inserting their own interests, because America is going to get nothing out of this. The average American citizen, all of this is for profit for this administration, who has shown you they are unashamed of being greedy, grubby little penny collectors out here collecting money for their personal wealth. This does nothing for America. If this was a point, if this was a stand for actual America, yeah, I would stand with America. This ain't got nothing to do with America. That's the point that I'm making. This has nothing to do with America. You're not going to benefit from anything that this administration has going on. And if you don't know that, when they, what is today? The 16th of December, and these health insurance are about to double, and some cases triple. And they are not even trying to do anything. They are telling you, well, just get used to these subsidies for Obamacare going away. Because, it looks like it's going to happen. They're trying to get you accustomed to the fact that up to 25 million people will lose their health coverage at the end of this year, on December of 16th. You think, what the fuck interest does America have? Your American president has no interest in the American people.
Interests. And my dear friends, we are not nearly as weak. We are not nearly as insignificant.
And here was another clip of Friedrich Merz talking about Russia is getting ready for World War III. It doesn't just end at Ukraine. So the defense of Ukraine is important to protect Ukraine, but Ukraine is Europe. Here, play this clip right here.
Das ist ein Angriffskrieg. This is a war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. It is against Europe. And if Ukraine falls, then he will not stop. Just as in 1938, the Sudetenland was not enough. Putin will not stop. And for anyone who still genuinely believes today that they have had enough of this, they should please meticulously examine his strategies, his official papers, his public speeches, and all of his appearances.
Now, what's Donald Trump saying? Donald Trump, during a press conference yesterday in the Oval Office, where he attacked Rob Reiner and Reiner's wife, Michelle, after they were murdered, with the main suspect being their son who suffered from drug addiction, Donald Trump, while also attacking Brown University and blaming the failure to catch the suspect on Brown as opposed to his incompetent FBI and Donald Trump making all of.
What did he say about Brown University? Oh, I'm sorry, the two people who are looking down on us, and now he believes in heaven and all this. Well, he must believe in it because he's talking about that's a place where he probably will not be able to get into. He said that the two people who lost their lives at Brown University in this attack. They are looking down on us, and I hope everyone gets better. And then he to further talk about the situation. You know what he said? Things happen, and and went on to his next topic. Things happen. That's what he had to say. When in his statement at his Christmas party, as they after they he got done talking, they were eating cake and drinking wine and having a good Christmas party. Things happen. As if you are unaware, they had Kash Patel tweeted. Kash Patel, who's always fucking up investigation by tweeting that they have found the suspect. He did that in the Charlie Kirk situation when that old man, they caught the old man, and here's Kash Patel talking about they caught the suspect. 4547 also said, well, I'll get to that. When he was talking about Brown University, he also said something about the FBI catching the suspect. The FBI had a black man, a whole black man in New Hampshire, where black men are hard to find. But Kash Patel found himself a black man and said that they had caught the shooting suspect. 5 years later, Pam Bimbo has come out and told you that they have caught the suspect in the pipe bombings, and they've gotten no new information, and the footage has been going around about this pipe bomber for all of these 5 years that this pipe bomber hasn't been apprehended. But Pam Bimbo found a black person who she said is the pipe bomber. Okay. I'm just giving you the facts. I think what you want to think about it. I'm just giving you the facts. Now, Kash Patel tweeted out that they have apprehended the suspect. And what happened? That later that same night, they had to release the suspect because the suspect was actually a visitor to the hotel, had never left the hotel that whole day. That was easy to figure out. That would have been something that you would think the FBI, if they thought he was a suspect, they would have played video of this hotel to see when he came and went. And they would have known he had not come nor gone from the hotel that whole day. But he tweets out that they found the suspect because surely whoever gave the tip about this black man had gave them the right information. So we're just going to bust in and we're going to arrest him because we don't have to worry about protecting this person's rights or making sure that we have the right person before we call off the search for the actual shooter in this case. But this is what Kash Patel did. And Kash Patel then was the one who told the local police department that they had found them. And so the local police department announced that the FBI has announced that they found him. Now the FBI is trying to say that the police department was the one who came to the FBI, when in fact, Kash Patel was the one who went to the police department and said, we found him. And strangely enough, this black man's name got leaked. How many days did Tyler Robinson? How many days was it that you didn't know who Tyler Robinson was? How many days have it's been that you have not heard from Tyler Robinson's family now, or his roommate? Or how come your for-profit media, the media who's supposed to be hunting down stories, they are taking everything that come out of this administration, writing it down and spitting that shit back out to you? What if they had done this during Watergate? During a real reporter goes down and hunts out the story. This media who's being paid millions of dollars to sit in hair and makeup and just spit out stories that this administration, all of this propaganda, this administration is feeding them. And why are they doing this? Because it's owned by oligarchs who want to run the narrative. That's why what is his name? Ellison. Ellison decided that he wanted to interfere with the purchase of Netflix. Netflix was being sold to Warner Brothers, and right when they had inked the deal, here comes Larry Ellison. He wants to come in and buy out the deal. Why? Because it would also include buying CNN. The same one who had CBS doing an interview with Erica Kirk the other day, with Barry Weiss, who is the CEO over CBS. Instead of doing at the CEO's job, she is on camera as a interviewer interviewing Erica Kirk, a softball interview of Erica Kirk. And this is what they want you to concentrate on. This is the shit that this news media has become. So I don't know where I got. I'm all over the place on that. I'm just telling you, your for-profit media has been taking these stories from Cockeyed Patel. They call Cash Patel Keystone Cash. The Keystone Cops back in the day? You remember the Keystone Cops? That's what they are calling Cockeyed Patel. A whole imbecile. Now, Cockeyed Patel fucked up this case. He fucked up the Charlie Kirk case about they have suspects. He fucked up that case in Michigan where they were alleging that there was a whole terrorist attack. And had there been a terrorist attack, because he is out here tweeting shit that the FBI wouldn't have even made a report on in the time frame that Cockeyed Patel is out here trying to make it appear like he is so effective in the so he is tweeting out shit on X way too early before the case has been examined by the FBI and all of this shit, because he wants you to think that he is a great man. He is worthy for the job as he continues to prove himself unworthy of the job. And who gave him that job? Who gave him that job? Who gave Keg Breath that job? They have struck 3 more boats coming up on over 100 people being struck by our military in the ocean. 3 more boats they've struck. So let's continue. All of these unqualified people, they're going to flood the zone with unqualified people.
These social media posts providing blaming the failure to catch the suspect on Brown as opposed to his incompetent FBI, and Donald Trump making all of these social media posts providing disinformation about the suspect being in custody when they weren't. Donald Trump said about Ukraine's already lost, Donald Trump says, which is false. He goes, they've already lost all of their territory. It's done. It's gone. And actually,
they already lost, as he has Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner over there trying to broker peace. And then he turns around and said they've already lost all their territories. What does that tell you? It doesn't matter. There is no brokering of peace. There is forcing Zelensky to give up his territory. There is the forcing of telling Zelensky how many people he can or cannot have in his military. That's what is going on. Let's continue.
They haven't. I mean, Russia was able to take over some of the territory. Ukraine launched a successful counteroffensive. Russia still has not an insignificant portion of the land, but they haven't been able to take over the Donbass and other areas of eastern Ukraine that they want handed over. Here, play this clip of what Donald Trump said. Let's play this clip right here.
Security guarantee is offered. What incentive is there for Ukraine to give up any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, well, they've already lost the territory, to be honest. I mean, the territory is lost. But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of that. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. You know, as I said, with Thailand and Cambodia, two.
So he's telling you he's working with the Europeans on this. And the Europeans are telling you that he's doing no such thing. And this man is presenting in this gaudy ass gold leaf office that he's working with the Europeans to have guarantees. He don't want no guarantees. He just told you the land is already gone. So what guarantees does he want if he wants to give up all the land to Russia? He's in on it. He's in on it. They want guarantees that Russia will not come back and attack them again. Attack them for what if 45, 47 is telling you they already have all the land? Who gave it to them? Who gave it to them? Who's trying to give it to them? This is your administration. This is who people put back in office and still try to champion as they see him do the dumbest shit in the world that has no, the United States have no win in the shit that this administration is doing. All of this is to lap up to Vladimir Putin. What does that do for you and how you live your life? Huh? We may be about to find out.
People I get along with great. And I dealt with them and I called them and I said, look, fellas, you got to relax. You got to take it easy. They lost. You know, they started the war again. I got it ended.
Now, the German foreign minister also.
You end war. Hey, look, guys, you got to take it easy. And I ended the war. Really? What? Now, the simple fact that you have a president that will sit up there and tell you that. I told them, I got on the phone and I told them, look, guys, you got to take it easy. Oh, well, that settles our conflict. Donald Trump called us and said, we have to take it easy. We have no more conflict that it's worth going to worry about, because Donald Trump called us and told us we better take it easy.
Has been discussing these ongoing talks that have been happening in Berlin, right? There's been these negotiations in Berlin where Trump and Witkoff, Trump's not there, but he sent his envoy Witkoff, sent his son-in-law Kushner. By the way, Kushner's real estate Trump Tower project in Belgrade in Serbia has blown up as cabinet members have been arrested due to corruption there. And Kushner's private equity company Affinity that gets its money from the Saudis and the Emiratis, UAE, and Qatar that fund him, they had to shut down their building project, by the way, in Belgrade. More grifting from this grifter family.
Because of corruptions, people have been arrested on corruption. People in the government has been arrested for corruption. And who had a tower set? How did that benefit you? How did that benefit you, or did it benefit Jared Kushner, who had a plan to build a tower there with this corrupt government? This is what's going on. Is your for-profit media telling you anything about this? This link is in my description box. Go over to the Midas Touch. I do believe they are the number one in. I think they're the number one in news on the internet. So, you know, it's just astounding that we must see CNN put on a show, a panel show with 2 for and 2 against. People trying to, we must hear the other side. We must hear the propaganda. We have to make sure the propaganda is set out there. And sometimes these people who are arguing for 45, 47 have to laugh at the shit that they're saying themselves and have to have this righteous indignation. It is what it is because that's what it is type of arguments to a bunch of bullshit, just so we can say that we are hearing the other side. We hear enough propaganda and lies when this administration actually go before the cameras. So we don't need their surrogates out here on every motherfucking news channel with the both sides do it bullshit. What's going on in the United States of America has never been done, seen before, ever. And your for-profit media is just profiting off of this and towing the line of all of this propaganda, in my opinion.
The German foreign minister said the following about the Trump regime's negotiating positions. German's foreign minister said Zelensky's meeting with Witkoff on Sunday made clear, and it was also on Monday, that the U.S. delegation had obviously coordinated its position with Moscow beforehand. And the German foreign minister said Sunday's talks were substantial, but we'll only know at the end of the week how much real progress is being made. Here's
nobody's fool. Nobody's fool but the uneducated American voter or the uneducated American who doesn't even take the time out to vote. Those are the people who are fooled. God, I know the world is looking at Americans like they are total dunces. As these billionaires take their jobs, as your president comes on TV telling you that there's no one to take these jobs that the tech companies are offering because there is no talent here. As he is telling you that he is going to bring over, was it 200 or 600,000 people from foreign countries to study at colleges, the best colleges in the United States, because that's where the talent is. Because they are giving these H-1-2 visas to people from out of the country to take these jobs, because that's where the talent is. There's no talent for these positions to go to these colleges from United States citizens, as he shutters the Department of Education. And wants to tell you there, as he downgrades nursing from a professional position. And you dummies sitting up here hyped up behind your own demise. Let's continue.
What Zelensky had to say. Yesterday, we had our first meeting with Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, as well as with the U.S. team. Prior to that, our teams held the relevant meetings. It is very important that our counterparts from the United States of America heard all details regarding the war. If these meetings had taken place earlier, the progress would have been even greater. But I am grateful that we truly worked very well together. There are some things that, in my view, are destructive and would definitely not help us. It is important that they are no longer present in the new versions of the documents. This matters because dignity matters. What's he talking about there? Giving up Eastern Ukraine, preventing Ukraine from joining the European Union or NATO, and other attacks on Ukrainian sovereignty that's being pushed by Russia. Zelensky writes, of course, we have different positions with Russia regarding territories. This must be acknowledged and discussed openly. I believe that the America side, acting as a mediator, will propose various steps to try to find at least some form of consensus. We will do everything to find clear answers to questions about security guarantees, territories, and money as compensation for Ukraine to rebuild. It is necessary to understand the source of this funding. We are discussing security guarantees, and before taking any steps on the battlefield, both the military and the civilian population must have a clear understanding of what the security guarantees will be. This is very important. We are working on putting all of this on paper right now, and there is progress. The details developed by the military part looks quite solid, even though this is only a first draft. In other words, we don't trust the United States here. We need real security guarantees with teeth, and you're not going to do things that bully us and take away and strip away our dignity. European leaders have published what some of these security guarantees can look like for Ukraine in 6 points. Permanent military support. Ukraine maintains a powerful army, up to 800,000 troops in peacetime. Multinational forces led by Europe within the coalition of the willing, with U.S. support forces will be created to restore Ukraine's armed forces, protect the skies, and ensure maritime security. Ceasefire monitoring. The monitoring mechanism will be led by the United States with international partners. Legally binding security guarantees. Any new attack on Ukraine will automatically trigger a response. Military, intelligence, economic, and diplomatic. Reconstruction and funding. Frozen Russian assets in the EU will remain blocked. Path to EU. Europe officially confirms its support for Ukraine's ascension to the European Union as a cornerstone for long-term security. And meanwhile, if you want to know what Russia's position is, I showed this on the videos yesterday.
So the EU didn't want, they didn't, 45, 47, and Putin did not want the Ukraine to be part of the G20. So the EU said, don't worry about it. We got your back. Now, Larry, it is not illegal to do business with the Saudi government just because they do business with Russian people. Who said it was? Who said it was? What I said was that Jared Kushner did business with a government that has arrested their officials for being corrupt. So what is your point? If you have a point, can you please make it? Because of all of this stating, tapping your fingers to tap in something that was not said here. This is where we're dealing with facts. So don't divert the conversation to talk about something that wasn't said here. When your own media whitewashes your corruptions, you get the USA. I concur. I concur. I'm more concerned about taxpayer money than businessman foreign deals for profit. Illegal activity is a law enforcement responsibility, but taxpayer money is directly linked to my pocket. So if you're worried about the taxpayer money that is directly linked to your pocket, how concerned are you about the $620 billion that Trump Jr. got from your taxpayer dollars that Trump Jr. got from the Pentagon for his new startup business, making motors for drones. You know, a business that he has never been in, got $620 million of your taxpayer dollars. Are you concerned about that? I concur with that. Sooner than you think. Much sooner than you think. And Larry, are you concerned with all of this? You're not concerned about these businessmen who your government is not taxing, and therefore they tell you that they have no money for infrastructure in the United States. They have no money to feed the poor people in the United States. They have no money to give the poor people in the United States health insurance or health care because they refuse to tax these businessmen. If you're concerned, if you're so unconcerned about the businessmen, what business are they in? I thought that a business, if you can't afford to keep your business afloat when it's a small business, what do they tell you? You ought to go out of business. Well, you couldn't compete. But do they tell these billionaires that same thing? No, they give them your tax dollar. But you're so unconcerned about the businessmen making business deals, as if that does not affect your tax dollars. So you don't care about big business not paying taxes to the United States, where your tax dollar can go further? Or do you care about businessmen, and you're so unconcerned about businessmen seeking out all of these tax shelters, getting all of these tax cuts that is ruining the United States? I'm just curious. Octo Bish, good to see you. All of them. The lunatic libertarian, you are absolutely a lunatic. Shh. Hold on 1 second. I apologize. I apologize. I had to go take care of something. Tax reform will never happen. The tax codes is 30,000 pages and so complex nobody fully understands it. It was developed by lawyers over the last 60 years for the benefit of the wealthy. It's a naive view. Well, I don't think it is a naive view because you notice I don't give a fuck if it's 500,000 pages. The rich just got the largest tax cut in the history of the United States. Do you understand that? Do we understand that? So if we can reduce their taxes, couldn't we increase their taxes? I don't think it's that hard. Naive you to think that did I say a straight tax? I think that you're the one who said a straight tax will solve. Companies have profits to make, and they will close or move to a more profitable area. Where are they going to move? Most of them are already in China. Where are they going to move? Exactly where are they going to move? So do you think that all companies are in the United States? All of these billionaires companies are in the United States? Like, I don't get what you're saying. Okay, let me move on. Let me move on. Let me see. Let's talk about this brown how Kakai Patel muddled up this Brown University situation. Tariffs are bringing them back. Girl, Chaba. Tariffs are bringing what back? Tariffs are not bringing shit back. Tariffs are just taking more money out of your pocket. You believe that tariffs are bringing jobs back? I hear that tariffs have some pharmaceuticals companies are being built in the United States. Tariffs are bringing them back, but you have to wait until the first quarter of next year, said Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. So the first section of next year is coming up soon. And then the sooner it got to the first quarter of 2026, then it became the mid quarter or maybe towards the end of the quarter of 2026. But they're building pharmaceutical companies, allegedly 45, 47 cents. Can someone tell me what state that these companies they're already being built? What state are these companies, these pharmaceutical companies, all of this business that has been promised, all of these investments that have been promised uh, via mouth, be a word of mouth. Where are all of this investment going? Can somebody tell me all of these tech billionaires who sat at a round table and told 45, 47 how many billions that they were going to invest in the United States? Can somebody tell me where these investments are going that are going to produce jobs in the United States? since we can't tax them, we have to sit up and tell them how much they're investing into the United States. Can somebody tell me where something is being built and invested in the United States to improve the job situation in the United States by all of these foreign governments and all of this stuff that your president have you sitting down listening to all these foreign governments who are investing in the United States? Where how have these investments that they say from their mouths and impacted the way you live your life? Why do we care when there's only one group actually paying into the system more than they take out? The default state of the country is one of the ever increasing debts. Hold on. Do you know what your taxes pay for? So how is it, uh, while you sitting up here talking propaganda, how is it that one of the richest men in the country tells you that he pays a less in tax than his secretary pays? And you want us to believe that they don't use our public systems, they don't use our roads to transport their goods and all of this stuff. They don't use our 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 shipping port to ship all their goods. And if you have more, you're supposed to pay more. Are you serious? The monetary system was pulled out of someone's behind. It is not real, and it relies on trust of value. Uh, you're off topic. Where have all of this promise in investment into the U.S. Where has anything been started? They're building factories. The pharmaceutical companies are coming back and they're building right now. Where are they building? Where? Where are these factories being retrofitted? And we know that the billionaires' factories are all AI and robotics. So what is that going to do if the investment is the same thing that they are investing in their own companies? So what goods does a billionaire's investment does for the United States? Hmm? What is the United States going to manufacture? And how many jobs would that entail? Where are the skilled? It seems like the skilled workers are in India. A data center. How many people are employed in a data center? The whole point of the data center is it works by itself. There are no employment of these huge data centers. You have these huge data centers, and the only employment that they do is during the period of construction. Maybe 750 to 1,000 people get a job until the data center is constructed. But how many people actually work in these data centers? LOL, skill in India in the same sentence. You laughing, but these tech billionaires are uh, are bringing these engineers from India over as opposed to employing American engineers. Why? Because they can pay them less money. You know, the American way. Bring immigrants over and pay them less money than what they're worth, so we don't have to pay American wages, so we don't have to follow American employment rules. because we can threaten them that we will send them back home and revoke their visas if they don't work 12, 13, 14, 16 hours a day. If they don't come into work when we call them on their phone, we can easily revoke their visas and send them back home, and they're going to do what we want them to do. It makes them skilled enough to get jobs that they're not paying American engineers for. That don't make them skilled. Does that not make them skilled? They shouldn't be bodying. I agree. Okay. India engineering company guys make $200K and up. Says you. I don't even know who you are. Says you. They're not short any because they have all the H-1B visas have been taken by the tech industry. They're not short any. If they are short any, it's because of the lack of H-1B visas that are available for them to bring more engineers over here. But be sure that the H-1B visas are monopolized by tech billionaires. Let's continue.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. Bro show. Good to see you, Ryan. Can't be too upbeat. We have some insane news covering just in the last, literally 24 hours.
A lot of death.
Shootings, deaths. It's just horrific. We're going to do our best to sort through all of this. We're going to 26. It's going to be a crazy year. I guess we get to finally run back the intro and be like the next year, 2026. So if you want to
talk about them,
right. And then you can also debate. We love our fans. It's a cool country. Food is saunas are cool. The sauna, as they say, insane screw up. But they work with what they got. The saunas are cool. The sauna, as they say, sauna is cool. All right, let's get to these shootings. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with Brown University. Insane screw up by the FBI's Kash Patel. Just unbelievable. So we had this shooting at Brown University. 2 people tragically confirmed dead. We do not yet know their identities. Sadly, apparently their families are traveling for the holidays. Authorities are still trying to get in touch with them. What we do know is that over the last 24 hours, a so-called person of interest was taken into custody by the Providence police as well as the FBI. Now, this person's name was actually leaked to the news media and widespread. There was a lot of analysis. I'm not going to say their name because he has now been released and is no longer a person of interest. This is just like the Charlie Kirk thing all over again, where the FBI is at the center. Providence PD making very clear that this person of interest who they took in was a result of an FBI screen tip, putting solely the blame on Kash Patel. Let's take a listen.
The FBI director specifically said in his tweet that it was a tip from Providence police that led you all to Hampton Inn. Can you confirm if that's true?
The FBI said that it was a tip from Providence police. And he looking like, what? We got the tip from the FBI. Let me make sure that is plain. I need to go back so you can be clear on the lies that is coming from the FBI and how much the FBI is fucking up. And then said the tip came from the Providence police. Let's hear what he has to say in response to that question.
Solely the blame on Kash Patel. Let's take a listen.
The FBI director specifically said in his tweet that it was a tip from Providence police that led you all to Hampton Inn. Can you confirm if that's true and what exactly was the evidence that led you to this person of interest?
Yeah, so it was there was a tip that came in, just like we were taking any other tips, and that one came in specifically identified a person of interest, which was this individual. And so our detectives got on it, just like they got on others, but this specific one, it was actually picked up by the FBI. And they followed through with it, and they ended up coming in.
We had a tip that came in, and we investigated. But this particular one came in from the FBI. They did get a tip, and they investigated it. But this particular tip about the suspect came in from the FBI.
Our detectives got on it, just like they got on others, but in this specific one, it was actually picked up by the FBI, and they followed through with it, and they ended up coming and locating this individual of interest. And at that point, we did our thorough investigation, examined, ended up drafting some search warrants, came up with some evidence, but that evidence was examined, and we didn't have enough, obviously, to be able to.
We didn't have enough. The FBI gave us a tip. We took the tip and we examined and we came up with evidence. They told you that they had evidence. A ballistics that did not match the gun is allegedly the evidence that they wanted you to believe that they had based upon a tip that came in from the FBI. Cash Patel was the one with the Twitter fingers. I hope they show what Cash Patel wrote in his thing.
Prosecute anybody, and so that person was released.
So that person was
released. Now, if you watch enough true crime stories, if you watch enough of the First 48 or those types of shows, they can hold a person for 3 days based upon a hunch, while they, if they actually believe that this is a suspect, they can hold them up to 3 days in many states, and they can also hold them pending further investigation. They can do that. Now, you mean to tell me someone who went to Brown University and shot up the school, and you had evidence that you didn't hold them? No, you don't hold them when it is proven that it's the wrong suspect that Cash Patel was Twitter fingering about to say, we got the person. We got the person. Cash Patel always has the person. Cash Patel is still telling you that it was the FBI who is responsible for Tyler Robinson being in custody. When we know that factually it has been reported that Tyler Robinson told his family contacted a priest who was I think the priest was a former cop as well. And they alerted the local police department, and they set up a time to turn Tyler Robinson in. But they're still taking victory laps about, the FBI is still taking victory laps about capturing Tyler Robinson.
This was again after a triumphant tweet there from the FBI director. Let's put that up there on the screen. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. So here, an update on the FBI response at Brown University. This is from Cash Patel.
Right.
FBI Boston established a command post to intake, develop, and analyze leads and run them to the ground. We activated the FBI's cellular analysis survey team. These are the kinds of things that a guy says who's not really familiar with the agency and is just excited to like show you that he works there. To provide critical geolocation capabilities. As a result, early this morning, FBI's Safe Streets Task Force, with assistance from all these other, detained a person of interest in a hotel room in Coventry, Rhode Island, based off a lead by the Providence, Rhode Island Police Department. We have deployed local and national resources.
The FBI's victim specialists are fully integrated with our partners to provide resources to victims and survivors of this horrific violence. Where is this? As a result, early this morning, the FBI Boston Safe Street Task Force, with assistance from detained, not the local police. Early this morning, the FBI detained a person of interest in a hotel room in Coventry, Rhode Island, based off a leak by the Providence Police Department. The Providence Police Department just told you that they got the information from the FBI. Now, the Cash Patel was the first to release this, where not in a official FBI briefing, not in a official crime briefing, but on X. Told you that the based off a lead by Providence Police Department. Both of these things can't be true. Providence Police Department just told you that they got a lead from the FBI.
Sources to process and reconstruct the shooting scene, providing headquarters and lab elements on the scene. We set up a digital media intake portal to ingest images and video from the public related to this incident. The FBI's victim specialists are fully integrating with our partners to provide resources to victims and survivors of this horrific violence. The FBI will continue an all-out 24/7 campaign until justice is fully served.
We set up a digital media intake portal to ingest images and videos from the public related to this incident. We have deployed local and national resources to process and reconstruct the shooting scene. We're doing all of this while the actual shooter is getting away. We have done. What have you done to find the shooter? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing in these hours. Why do they call that show the first 48? Because it is imperative within the first 48 hours that you get a lead on your suspect, or you may not ever get a lead on your suspect. I'm not in the FBI. I'm not a police officer. I'm not any of these things. And I know how important the first 48 hours are. Now, here we are 72 hours into this, and now you have the FBI going back over the streets and the scenes of Rhode Island. What are they doing? They're brushing off snow. It has snowed on all over the crime scene, and now you have the FBI in people's yards fanning snow because of this numbnut who was put in a position that he is not qualified to be in.
Thanks to the men and women. And then finish with, it turns out that they got the wrong guy. What you could have done is like very quietly speak to this guy in the hotel room.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
Is that, and by the way, again, I mean, look, again, I'm not going to say his name. That guy has got a good defamation lawsuit on his hands, frankly, because his name was leaked to the news media. His resume, LinkedIn profile was everywhere. People were analyzing his
and some other
background.
guys with his name.
Right. Other people with
correct.
his background were circulated. I mean, again, it's just like the Charlie Kirk thing. We had members of our own audience emailing us, telling us, hey, for some reason, my face has been blasted all over the internet, and I've been falsely accused. I mean,
during
this
the Charlie
is
Kirk thing,
during the Charlie Kirk. This is dangerous, guys. Seriously, very dangerous. And this is just, again, clown show. So somebody needs to step up. I mean, originally after the Charlie Kirk thing, people realized what of a disaster it was. And, luckily this time around, we don't have some ridiculous press conference there from Kash Patel, stealing FBI agents' jackets or anything of that, reportedly, allegedly. But what we do know right now is that some 48 hours post the shooting, we still don't have any suspect in custody. Let's put that up there on the screen. They say they are still searching for the Brown University gunman. They have not released any, the person of interest had been released. They did not identify any other suspects. So it's been, almost 30 hours now. You've got two.
So how did his name get leaked? How did his name get leaked? They were so, who would be so excited to prove that they got somebody, that this person's who didn't do the shooting, a name was released to the public media. Who would be that excited to prove that they did a good job? Who wanted to be patted on the head so badly that they released an innocent man's name because they didn't do their job? Only two entities possibly could have had their names, the Rhode Island police or the FBI. Which of them would you assume release an innocent man's name to get brownie points? To prove that they actually had a suspect and give you an opportunity to find out whatever you wanted to find out about this suspect.
Two students who were killed. Look, I mean, for all the investigative work, they seem to have identified falsely, at least for now, this individual who was in a hotel room. Like you said, Ryan, they should have just gone, talked to him, run some of the ballistics and the forensics and said, okay, right. But instead they made it a big triumphant thing. And, his name was leaked out. Really, it's just horrific. And in the interim, obviously the students at Brown University were going through a terrifying, not just an ordeal in the immediate term, but you've got multiple hours now or days now where they don't know who the person is and how they got away with it, what the targeting allegedly and all of that may have been. We do. Oh my God, I'm going to give a warning here. This is a student's mother who was speaking to the news media just about what it was like to go through this and some relaying from her own son. Let's take a listen.
What is your son telling you right now?
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. They were in the middle of finals, so they were all on campus studying at the library. And about an hour and a half ago, the first text I get from my son is, "Mom, there's a live shooting on campus, and I'm going to run, and I love you." I was like, "What?" So we've only been texting, and I'm getting live updates from him because we've told him to turn off his phone, not to make a single sound, but he's in a supply closet room on campus, barricaded with 12 students. They've turned off the lights. They've put chairs on their door. One of his classmates is having a panic attack, so the friends are trying to keep her quiet so that no sounds are being made.
So we've got the same type of imagery here. This is some Brown university students who were actually found in the library. You can go ahead and put that up there on the screen, but you can just see, just literally sheltering in the library. They're terrified.
And as the police come in here, I don't know how much of this clip we have. It's terrifying again. The police come in, kind of pointing their weapons like toward the kids. Like,
they have no idea what's going on, right? Yeah, they're also freaking out. Like you've got a shooting that's happening here. Like it's just a chaotic situation.
And then they kind of usher the kids out and let them get their bags and like move. Yeah, it's just terrifying. And at least it seems like at least two of these kids who went through this, one of them was in middle school next to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, so experienced that lockdown, and another had been actually shot in another mass shooting. So like this is a thing that's happening where people are not, as they grow up, are not involved in just one mass shooting, but multiple throughout their lifetime.
Look, I don't know. We don't know yet who the person who perpetrated this is. Obviously, I don't know. Hope that the FBI. Okay, how about this? Hope that the tip line comes through like it did with
Providence Police.
Yeah, hope that something, just some good old fashioned, hopefully police work there from Providence. But right now, things. In general, like with the Tyler Robinson case, at least if you buy that theory, which I do. But if you buy the Tyler Robinson theory, with that, he was identified as a result. But we would show it to you. We would be happy to help if we could. There's nothing released right now by the PD. Nothing about, a photo, anything, which we kind of had at this time. You would presume Brown University and any public place carpeted in cameras. So we don't really have very much as of right now. And again, there is some information.
What we have right now, it was a rotund white man. Now, understand, they have pictures of him 2 hours before the shooting, a rotund or white man who appears to have some type of a limp or something, not a very pronounced limp, but kind of maybe one of those tippy toe walkers, one of these people who walk on their tippy toes type of guys, walking up and down the street. And even in that clip that they showed yesterday of them, no, the day before yesterday, of them capturing the suspect, and with the knowledge that this man was a black man, the picture of this rotund white man that they had walking, they only had one clip of him. It was from the back, and as he turned the corner and walked in a different direction, he put his head down, and you could see the white man's neck, but they had a black man in custody. This is your FBI.
Floating around out there about the victims, but I really would urge caution
They had a black man in custody and told you that they caught the suspect. As they showed you a picture of a man rounding a corner, putting his head down, and you could see his white neck. But they told you they had the suspect.
Let's let this be a lesson here, especially the person of interest. You cannot just ruin people's lives. And you know, if you're out there putting out the names of victims before they've been released by the officials, you should consider that somebody could find out about that on social media and not from an official channel. And if that happened to you, just try to put yourself in their own shoes. People are out there just posting for clicks and all this stuff. And it's disgusting, honestly. But that's all we have right now. Colossal.
And think about the damage that could be done to the person who had nothing to do with this, his name being put out as well as the victims. I hear that the victims' families had not been contacted because they were in the midst of traveling. Can you imagine hearing that? Now, I think
the suspect who shot and killed 2 students at Brown University Saturday, wounding 9 others, remains at large this morning as the manhunt enters its 3rd day. Providence police and the FBI have released new photos and video of a person of interest wearing a pullover jacket, black skull cap, and face mask. Police say the gunman specifically targeted Brown, though a motive is still under investigation. A man initially detained was released after ballistics didn't match the weapon found with him. Meanwhile, we're learning more about the 2 victims of this horrific attack. 19-year-old Ella Cook was the vice president of the Brown College Republicans chapter, and 18-year-old Muhammad Aziz Omorzokov aspired to be a neurosurgeon. I want to bring in now from the ground in Providence, Rhode Island, MS Now investigative reporter Mark Santia. Mark, thanks for getting up early with us. Can you talk about what we've learned about this shooting and the ongoing manhunt on the ground where you are?
Yeah, absolutely. Allie, you can see behind me there's a growing memorial. There's also a growing concern in this community, and understandably so. It's been nearly 3 days, and a gunman still on the loose. We want to get right to some new video that was released by the police as well as FBI. It shows the gunman. The first video shows some grainy footage from across the street. But this, what you're looking at right now, this is the clearest video we've been given. The video you're looking at is actually 2 hours before the shooting on Saturday. He's just milling about, hands behind his back, wandering around the streets just north of the engineering building here, just sort of hanging out. Police want the public to take a good look at this person. The dark colored clothing, that skull cap, the way he walks. They want people to really zero in on that. This is the clearest video we've seen. Now, there's also a new request by police this morning to the students. They want to speak with any student who is inside the engineering building here, not only Saturday, not only the day of the shooting, but the day before the shooting. If you're a student, a Brown student, you are inside this building. Here, they want to talk to you. You're taking more looks at some other videos from Ring cameras, but they firmly believe he was around campus not only hours before, but possibly even the day before. So if you recognize that walk, if you recognize the clothing, they want to hear from you. No word on a motive at this.
That man could be could be in Southern California with all the time that this unqualified FBI have given him to get away. In New Hampshire, he could have been in 5 different states within an hour. While Kakai Patel has some black man who never left his hotel announced as the suspect who had been arrested. I can't wait till these interviews come out. I cannot wait to hear from this suspect who was released the same day.
Point, or why he may have specifically chose this building. But again, they're searching for answers. Investigators are going high tech. They have that command center set up. They're processing evidence in Quantico, but they're also going old school.
They're going high tech. If they're going so high tech, why, when they were announcing the suspect had been apprehended, they weren't so high tech? Why were they showing you a grainy video? And I thought that people were not going to see when that man held his head down. His neck was not black. it was white.
On the ground. We saw FBI agents here from the evidence response team. They were at the front of the engineering building. They were going through and retracing the gunman's steps. They were walking through near the exits, the entrances, going through the bushes. They had landscaping tools, rakes, taking some look right now. They were going through the bushes there. It snowed after the shooting, and they were just hands and knees looking for any clues, any evidence. They also walked, literally followed the gunman's steps from the engineering building into the neighborhood. They walked where he walked, looking in the sidewalk, off the sidewalk, in the bushes, in the grass, anything they could find. Right now, a $50,000 reward is being offered for any information.
Scraping the ground with their boots. I never see it done that way on TV, but they are in a straight line checking the ground. What did they thought they were going to be doing? They have nothing but their boots and their flak jackets and their khaki pants. Did they know that they were going to be having to tussle aside snow? Did they not realize what the task would entail? Therefore, they brought no professional equipment to do any of this as they tramp over yards kicking at snow. This is your FBI. And
leading to identity, arrest, and conviction. Allie, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that is ultimately what this entire community wants and needs.
Far fewer
justice for those.
Far fewer FBI agents than the number of FBI agents that have been taken off their duty in trafficking cases, high profile cases to assist ICE agents.
Who were both killed during this and then also who were just terrorized on campus. MS Now investigative reporter Mark Santia, thank you for bringing us inside the investigation.
Thank you. Now, let's see what 4547 has to say about his
furious world leaders.
Great FBI. That's not the one that I want. This is the one that I
Hey,
want.
folks, I'm going to say this calmly and with a very deliberate smile because it's earned. MAGA is cracking, not wobbling, cracking. MAGA is in open revolt. MAGA is in a civil war. And this time, it's not just the base sniping at each other online or the usual carnival barkers on cable TV melting down for clicks. This is happening inside Donald Trump's own White House. And today's problem child is Kash Patel, now firmly on Trump's bad side as MAGA turns on one of its own. We're going to walk through this slow motion pileup unfolding inside the administration because it is as revealing as it is self-inflicted. Now, before we get into how Kash Patel managed to ignite a backlash so severe that even MAGA is recoiling and how his latest scandal took a turn that's not just embarrassing, but deadly, I want to start with something important. Senator Chris Murphy laid out, with precision, the broader scandal orbiting Kash Patel and the damage it's already done. That breakdown matters because it tells you exactly why the knives are out now and why this implosion was inevitable. Let's start there.
House Democrats are investigating his use of the FBI private jet, now demanding he pay the government back after using it for what they call personal trips, which have been documented by FlightAware and others about the use of the plane, reportedly to see his girlfriend perform at a wrestling event and for hunting and golf trips. He does deny any wrongdoing, says he's restricted from commercial air travel. What do you see right now for where this is going and his leadership of the FBI?
Says the same man before he got this job as the FBI director, was always talking about Christopher Wray and his use of the FBI private jet. That was one of his big comments is about the FBI using private jets, flying all over the place. I'll tell you one thing, I would do this, I would do that. And he has done absolutely nothing but grift off the American dollars, your American tax dollars. Somebody said they're concerned about their American tax dollars. Be concerned. Be very concerned that this is what your FBI, your inept FBI agent is doing with your tax dollars.
Well, we've probably never seen an FBI director
care so little about his job as Kash Patel. He does seem to be spending most of his time gallivanting around the country, visiting his girlfriend, going on golf trips with his buddies, getting as close to the MAGA celebrity world as is humanly possible. And he's racking up all these huge bills on us, the taxpayers, right? These are ordinary average Americans, plumbers, teachers, pipe fitters who are paying the bills for his celebrity lifestyle. He could simply choose not to take these trips and to focus his time on his job, protecting the American people, or he could pay back the taxpayers. I mean, he's probably a pretty rich guy because he's spent a lot of his life hawking cash merchandise, trying to profit off of his proximity to Donald Trump. He certainly has the cash to pay back the poor people, the middle class families who are fronting his lavish lifestyle. Yeah, I think part of the reason that Trump's approval ratings are continuing to sink is because they're watching these really unserious people, from Pete Hegseth to Kash Patel, caring about a lot of other things than protecting us, saving their own hide, hanging out with their friends, and I think it disgusts a lot of Americans.
Corruption, at this point, isn't a bug in Donald Trump's administration. It's a hiring requirement. If you want a seat in MAGA world, the rule is simple. Grab what you can while you can. And Kash Patel is doing exactly that. In fact, it's almost poetic. It's right there in the name. Now, this isn't hard for Donald Trump to defend because he suddenly developed a conscience about corruption. Please, Trump loves corruption. He just prefers times corruption quiet, self-serving, buried under layers of lies, with the press either distracted or too incurious to follow up. What he cannot stand is corruption that creates exposure, corruption that generates questions, corruption that interferes with his ability to dodge accountability. That's the problem here. Because now Trump isn't being asked about times misconduct. He's being asked about Kash Patel's, and not some abstract ethics violation either, but the FBI's latest catastrophic failure under Patel's watch. Another shooter, still at large, another breakdown in basic law enforcement competence. Trump was forced to respond to that today. And before we get into how this is blowing up Kash Patel inside MAGA, how the knives are already out and the loyalty is evaporating, it's important to hear exactly what Trump said when confronted with it.
So go ahead.
On Brown University, Mr. President, do you know what the
I apologize. I'm back. Something happened with my StreamYard. I don't know what happened, but it did happen. I'm going to reshare that. I don't know how much of that last stream you guys were able to hear, but
MAGA is cracking, not wobbling, cracking. MAGA is an open revolt. MAGA.
I want you to hear what 4547 has to say. Who is responsible for? Now, we are at the point where we know that the shooter is still on the loose, and I want you to hear your president, who put Kash Patel over the FBI. I want you to hear him say who is ultimately responsible for figuring out who was the campus shooter. Your president
is in a civil war. And this time, it's not just the base sniping at each other online or the usual carnival barkers on cable TV melting down for clicks. This is happening inside Donald Trump's own White House. And today's problem child is Kash Patel, now firmly on Trump's bad side as MAGA turns on one of its own. We're going to walk through this slow motion pileup unfolding inside the administration because it is as revealing as it is self-inflicted. Now, before we get into how Kash Patel managed to ignite a backlash so severe that even MAGA is recoiling, and how his latest scandal took a turn that's not just embarrassing, but deadly, I want to start with something important. Senator Chris Murphy laid out, with precision, the broader scandal orbiting Kash Patel and the damage it's already done.
Hold on 1 second. ICU. You know, the easiest way to have me to shut up is to exit stage right. No one is holding you here. And no one cares about you being off topic because the one that you're bootlicking for employed unqualified people to be over the FBI. So make your own choices. But we're going to continue with some information about these numbnuts that are in this administration, sucking up your tax dollars and enriching themselves and their friends.
That breakdown matters because it tells you exactly why the knives are out now and why this implosion was inevitable. Let's start there.
House Democrats are investigating his use of the FBI private jet, now demanding he pay the government back after using it for what they call personal trips, which have been documented by FlightAware and others about the use of the plane, reportedly to see his girlfriend perform at a wrestling event and for hunting and golf trips. He does deny any wrongdoing, says he's restricted from commercial air travel. What do you see right now for where this is going and his leadership of the FBI?
Well, we've probably never seen an FBI director care so little about his job as Kash Patel. He does seem to be spending most of his time gallivanting around the country, visiting his girlfriend, going on golf trips with his buddies, getting as close to the MAGA celebrity world as is humanly possible. And he's racking up all these huge bills on us, the taxpayers, right? These are ordinary average Americans, plumbers, teachers, pipe fitters who are paying the bills for his celebrity lifestyle. He could simply choose not to take these trips and to focus his time on his job, protecting the American people, or he could pay back the taxpayers. I mean, he's probably a pretty rich guy because he's spent a lot of his life hawking cash merchandise, trying to profit off of his proximity to Donald Trump. He certainly has the cash to pay back the poor people, the middle class families who are fronting his lavish lifestyle. Yeah, I think part of the reason that Trump's approval ratings are continuing to sink is because they're watching.
I think somebody talked about their tax dollar earlier. This is where your tax dollars are going. This is your tax dollar.
These really unserious people, from Pete Hegseth to Kash Patel, caring about a lot of other things than protecting us, saving their own hide, hanging out with their friends. And I think it disgusts a lot of Americans.
Corruption, at this point, isn't a bug in Donald Trump's administration. It's a hiring requirement. If you want a seat in MAGA world, the rule is simple. Grab what you can while you can. And Kash Patel is doing exactly that. In fact, it's almost poetic. It's right there in the name. Now, this isn't hard for Donald Trump to defend because he suddenly developed a conscience about corruption. Please, Trump loves corruption. He just prefers times corruption quiet, self-serving, buried under layers of lies, with the press either distracted or too incurious to follow up. What he cannot stand is corruption that creates exposure, corruption that generates questions, corruption that interferes with his ability to dodge accountability. That's the problem here. Because now Trump isn't being asked about Times' misconduct. He's being asked about Kash Patel's, and not some abstract ethics violation either, but the FBI's latest catastrophic failure under Patel's watch. Another shooter, still at large, another breakdown in basic law enforcement competence. Trump was forced to respond to that today. And before we get into how this is blowing up Kash Patel inside MAGA, how the knives are already out and the loyalty is evaporating, it's important to hear exactly what Trump said when confronted with it.
So go ahead.
On Brown University, Mr. President, do you know what the motive of the shooter was? Is it
No, we don't. No, that's moving along now, and we don't. And we're going to see what happens. Hopefully, they're going to capture it.
That's moving along now. The case is finally is moving along now. This is your president. How is it moving?
This animal. Hopefully, they're going to capture it.
Has Kash Patel told you why it's been so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult so far.
It's always difficult. I don't have to ask Kash. It's always difficult. Has Kash Patel told you why it's so difficult to find who the person is? No, Kash Patel found the person he said himself quite quickly. It was the wrong person. But 4547 says, oh, don't, just ignore that. It's always difficult.
Well, we've done a very good job of doing it with Charlie, with, the various times this has happened. They've done it in...
so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good job of doing it with Charlie, with, the various times this has happened. They've done it in...
We've done a very good job doing it with Charlie. What did you do with Charlie? What did the FBI do with Charlie that was done so well? They announced that they had the suspect and then it was the wrong person. The same thing that they have done in this. Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson's admitted what he did to his family, and his family and a pastor called the police department and said that he would be turning himself in. Wherein did the FBI play a role in any of this with Charlie?
It's been so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good job of doing it with Charlie, with, the various times this has happened. They've done it in pretty much...
With Charlie, the various times that this has happened. What various times? Be specific. You this is your administration, and this is where your tax dollars are going. Are you concerned about all of this gaudy gold leaf that your tax dollars are going to as well? You should be.
Much record time, but well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good job of doing it with Charlie, with the various times this has happened. They've done it in pretty much record time, but you really have to ask the school a little bit more about that, because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything.
You have to ask the school. They had a school problem. They had their school guards and they had their school police. So really, you should not be asking the head of your FBI who bungled this so bad. Says your president. You should ask the school. What school did Brown have with problems with campus shootings? They've had their problems. They had their own security and their police. So you should not be asking me about anything. Why is the FBI, your government's FBI, is having such a hard time? Could it be because I appointed someone who is categorically unqualified to do the job that I put him in? The take no responsibility party.
But you really have to ask the school a little bit more about that, because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in.
This was a school problem. You have to ask that to the school, not the FBI. Says your president. Says your president. Do you feel safe now? He doesn't care if you feel safe or not. He just care that the media don't push back on the idiocy that he's speaking.
After the fact. And the FBI quite problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact. And the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
So not really a defense of...
The FBI will do a good job. Will do a good job. What about the job that the FBI has done thus far? With arresting and announcing that they have captured the shooter and giving the shooter more opportunity to get away. What about the job that the FBI has already done in this case? It's a school problem. You have to ask the school. It's not, you shouldn't ask questions of the FBI. We should pretend like that stuff earlier that happened, them arresting somebody based on Kash Patel wanting to put a tweet out to make it seem like he had caught the perpetrator of a mass shooting. You should ask the school. Don't ask me about that. Ask the school.
Kash Patel, I would point out there, not really jumping in front of that bullet to say, no, I'm supportive of Kash. I'm back in Kash. He's A-okay with Donnie. He didn't say that. He didn't make it clear that he had his guys back. And why? It is because Donald Trump doesn't. Something that these people somehow have not learned is that Donald Trump, above all else, demands loyalty. He does not offer it to you, though. It is not a two-way street. You are always serving Donald Trump. And sometimes that means he will throw you out on the street, and he doesn't really care as long as it's serving his interest. And that is why Megyn Kelly, who is a close ally of Donald Trump, calling out Kash Patel today, showing the fracturing within MAGA, so damaging for one of the dumbest members of Donald Trump's administration. Megyn Kelly tears into friend Keystone Kash over bungled probe. Megyn Kelly has joined in on the MAGA meltdown over her pal Kash Patel's latest manhunt blunder. The conservative firebrand, 55, couldn't hide her disappointment with the FBI director, 45, after he touted the detention of a person of interest in the mass shooting at Brown University, who was later released after authorities admitted they got the wrong guy. I really actually think we can get past person of interest turned out not to be the person. I think we can get past it. But it has to require utter blatant transparency and honesty. But I'm not going to lie. It's not good, Kelly said on a Monday episode of her podcast. It's not good that our friend Kash Patel tweeted out they have a person of interest in custody and kind of patting themselves on the back when it wasn't the guy. None of this is good, she went on. Patel announced in a Twitter post, on Sunday that the FBI detained a person of interest after a shooter killed 2 students and injured 9 others at the Brown University campus in Providence, Rhode Island. This FBI will continue an all-out 24/7 campaign until justice is fully served, he wrote as he thanked agents for their teamwork. Mere hours later, however, Rhode Island Attorney General said that the person of interest would be released after authorities found that the evidence now points in a different direction. The Attorney General said Patel was fully aware of the 180 degrees twist that meant the shooter remains at large. The high-profile faux pas was another huge blow for Patel, who has been mockingly referred to as Keystone Kash after the bumbling police troop from the 1912 silent film, even by Kelly herself. I'm sorry, but Keystone cops come to mind when you look at what happened at Brown University over the past 36 hours, she said. Now, how much time has been lost in tracking the real killer because they were focused on this guy? This is why Donald Trump and Kash Patel's little freak out after the Charlie Kirk shooting never landed with me. And there are a lot of reasons for that. But the core one is simple. These guys have never taken their job seriously. Kash Patel doesn't take his job seriously because he's not a serious person. If he were, there would have been a real response here. This wouldn't be the latest in a long line of failures attached to his name. But he's an unqualified operator picked by an unqualified president who has no real interest in actually keeping the country safe. So when they start talking about crime, drugs, or political violence, not as policy problems, but as a political weapon to go after the left, I don't buy it, and nobody should. And now even MAGA isn't buying it either, because the coalition is cracking, and Trump is clearly losing patience with Kash Patel. He's tired of the embarrassments. Kash could absolutely be the first to go. There are already quiet conversations about shakeups at the FBI. Maybe Dan Bongino's on the way out. Kash could be too. There's a deputy director, not Bongino, waiting in the wings. This could be the end for Kash. And it's happening because MAGA is splintering. And honestly, it's something to hear Ari Melber say out loud.
When things start changing in politics, they can change fast. We started the year hearing all about Donald Trump's comeback and how he had a mandate and Elon Musk could do what he wants and the courts wouldn't stop him. And for a minute there, it looked like that. But a lot has changed. The breaking point is always hard to find in real time. Historians have the job of combing through all the stuff we live through day by day and finding it. But if there is one, it may be the Epstein vote that showed the emperor has no clothes. Republicans weren't scared of Trump. And after they rejected him and his bid to hide Epstein last month, they didn't pay a price. If anything, they are finding that disagreement with Trump in public may help them distance themselves from his sagging poll numbers. And now there are cracks in the wall going into 26. Trump reportedly losing ground, not just among independents and moderates, but among his MAGA base. He has an 8-point drop in the strong approval rating for MAGA Republicans. You may say, okay, he still got support there, but they're not necessarily strongly standing by everything. The Post reports that rank-and-file Republicans in Washington feel the heat on health care and just unpopular positions Trump has forced them to take on slashing the safety net and health care funding and Obamacare subsidies. One House Republican office gets 300 calls a day just on the health care issue. Politico reporting that in deep red Montana, there's a revolt against the impact of all of those cuts from Musk and folks saying, I didn't vote for this. MAGA leaders also warning that the base is checking out.
Yeah, that's what you voted for. There was a report that Alabama is turning blue. Alabama is turning blue because allegedly, but you know how some people will lie and say that they are against something, and the very next opportunity that they have to vote for something because they want to tell you that your elected officials and their policies are not your problem, but there is black and brown people, you will turn around and not you. They will turn around and tell you that they're not voting for these people. You know, like the white women voters said that they weren't voting for Trump, and turned right around and voted for this. Now everybody, I didn't vote for this. I didn't. No, you voted for racism. That's what you voted for. It appealed to you so much that you thought that everything bad in this administration was going to happen to non-white people, in my opinion. But now that it's touching you, now you're concerned. You're the Susan Collins of constituents. I'm concerned. I am concerned. The Susan Collins of I voted for MAGA, and now I'm concerned. Let's continue.
Which is a problem for someone like Trump, who does best when he has his 40, 42, 38% checked in. A pollster who works with Republicans told Trump there's a disconnect between the Trump administration and what it's focused on and what the passionate base of supporters actually want to see. In this story, he recounts telling Trump, you said fight, fight, fight. Nobody ever clarified what that means. And fight now, you're fight, fight, fighting MTG and not actually fight, fight, fighting for Americans. And that, of course, is just the base. Broadly, Trump is at a second-term low. The price problem, the inflation, the Epstein scandal, California Governor Newsom saying National Guard troops are now out of LA because of another Trump loss. It took a while, but a judge ordered them out. And while Trump was testing his power and may have gotten away with some flexing for some time, it also, like the Epstein case, has revealed the limits of his ability to put the military folks you see here in American streets indefinitely. And if that was a plan to mess with the public or the midterms or a future election, well, Trump is finding that losing in court is reminding everyone, including those troops, there are limits set by people other than the commander-in-chief. It is a grim picture for Republicans going into the midterms, and conservatives know it.
Hard stops in American politics typically create massive political blowback, and 2026 looks like it's going to be pretty ugly for Republicans anyways. The political blowback is going to lead to Democrats in power in 2028.
You can't gaslight people and tell them that their bills are affordable, and you can't tell them that the economy is an A+++. You just can't do that. And I think it's insulting to people's intelligence.
A lot of folks are talking in terms of messaging and PR. And that's a language Donald Trump understands. He just told the Journal, we'll see what happens. We should win, but you know, statistically, it's very tough to win. And he's right.
It's all fracturing. It's all coming apart. And yes, I'll admit it, that part is hard not to enjoy because this didn't happen by accident. This is what rot looks like when it finally hits daylight. And we're going to keep talking about it here because pretending it isn't happening is how these people survive. If you want to support that work, as always.
Okay, all of these links are in my description box. Avail yourself to them. It's unfortunate that we have to get facts. People are being paid millions of dollars, and we have to get our facts from YouTubers. Let me, yeah, I think this is Be Easy. Be Easy?
Hey, what's up? Could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. What's going on?
Not too much. I'm just tuning in, so I definitely had to come up and tap in with you, have the pleasure of joining you on the panel?
I have the pleasure of having you on my panel. I tell you, how often do you go live?
Right now, I don't have a set schedule. I was planning on going live today, but I was going to plan to do at least like 2 or 3 times a week. I haven't, fully committed to it, because this has been kind of more leisure for me, because I'm not monetized or anything, but I am planning to ramp it up once the new year comes. So I'm just trying to transition into that.
Okay.
But I come on other people's panels a lot, you know what I mean? So I have been on other people's panel more so than my own content, but you and others, have motivated me to step it up a bit.
I'm gonna drop your link in the chat. I hope you guys go over and check out Be Easy. Sincere Saida was the one who turned me on to you. She's like, Ronnie Q, you gotta go to Be Easy. You will enjoy him, and I definitely enjoy Be Easy. That dude. I'm gonna drop his link in the chat. Go over and subscribe to Be Easy. Let's get his hours up and get this brother monetized, because he does a lot of good content. Now, I was talking earlier. What was I talking about earlier? I was talking earlier about, did you hear that the EU is talking about being on a war footing because of the BS that 45-47 is doing, and trying to hold up what Vladimir Putin wants. So the EU just is like, you know what, we see you're not gonna play in our face, and if you allow him to take over Ukraine, that means he will be allowed to take over us. So we're not playing no games. And the head of MI6 and the German chancellor said that no, we understand we cannot go back to a pretty story of what we thought that our relationship was with the United States. No, we are about to fight. What do you think about? Do you think about anything about this World War III type of shit?
Yes, I think it's always a possibility on the table, because that's just what the historical precedents will say. I think some of it is a bit kind of bloviating, gaslighting, where they just try to speak it into existence and fear monger, so that way that they can control the masses psychologically, so they put out a lot of false flags about it, and then it turns into the boy who cried wolf, and then when the big bad wolf actually shows up, people are like, yeah, whatever, we heard you say that, because they've been beating this drum for decade upon decade. So when it's right on the precipice, I just don't think many people are taking it as serious, just because of the prior gaslighting. You know what I mean? So people like this again. Yeah, we heard it all before. They channel their inner Sunshine Anderson. So
right.
Trump is going in there. He is being a bozo. He is being a very belligerent, when it comes to people that's considered to be our allies. That will say we're not the world's police and things. But then we go around trying to be the world's bully, right? And the world's dictator and the world's authoritarian. And then when other people, which I don't agree with, a lot of these evil sentiments. I'm an American, but when people are saying death to America and all these other type of stuff, that just didn't come out of the void. You know what I mean? It originated somewhere, right? So we're doing all of this U.S. imperialism. We're doing all these regime changes and coups. And then when these other people have some sort of disdain for the country, right? Not just necessarily the individual citizens, but the system of, what America is. I mean, they do these other places. I mean, I'm not saying I want my country to be attacked, but a lot of these countries do have a righteous
indignation
with us. Yeah.
Right. I concur. Now, You know that he let that drug trafficker from Honduras out of prison, who got 45 years. I think he imported over 400 tons of cocaine to the United States, and he gave him a pardon. Now, he was the ex-president of Honduras. Now, there were three people who were running in the election for the president of Honduras. And the person who was in third place was a supporter of the person who 47 pardoned. They were in the same wavelength, in the same party. And then all of a sudden, he's in third place, and Trump goes over and pardons this ex-president and tells Honduras if they elect the person who is connected to the person who was pardoned, who was running third in the race, that he will not give Honduras any more money. And then who went from third to first place? The person who is supported by the one who was pardoned by Trump. Did you realize that?
I was abreast with the pardon. I wasn't unsure about the whole coup, but I'm not surprised. Once they do these pardons and prisoner swaps, it's always a bigger story behind it. And the person he was conspiring to traffic over 400 tons with the T, 400 tons of cocaine into the
pounds. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that, because if y'all look at the difference between pounds would be enough, right? But 400 tons, and see, this is where, when people were pushing the crime bill, because I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, I don't support either party, but when they had the crime bill, which they were calling Biden's law, they were locking black people up for if you had a fingernail versus crack. They did the 100-to-1 crack cocaine disparity. So if you had a fingernail, you can get football numbers, 5 years, 10, 20 years for something as minuscule as that. Meanwhile, we got this person responsible, and when they were doing that, they were locking black people up. They were talking about culture. They're talking about fatherless homes. Where's the daddy? Who raised them? They were raised by welfare queens. Well, who raised this dude who was conspiring and trafficking over 400 tons, accepting millions of dollars in bribes? No one is talking about culture. No one is saying who raised them or anything like that. No one is talking about culture on part of because they say the black community has an accountability problem. Where is the accountability for Trump?
Where? And nobody, now at the same time that he's fighting, he's striking fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela. Some of them are not even traveling in the direction of America. And we have our whole military. Imagine how much money that is to have nuclear warships. The largest aircraft carrier is shooting these boats out of the water that got basically a lawnmower engine on them to power these boats. But you notice they didn't shoot that tanker that they captured. They didn't shoot that down. They were able to
safely commandeer it, right? Because that tanker had what on it? It had a particular resource that they wanted.
Now,
which was oil.
Exactly. Now, there is also, you notice how much they're talking about rare earth minerals in this administration?
Correct. And did you know that Venezuela has the largest home game? So when people say, oh, Venezuela, Maduro, and I actually talked to I'm out in California, so we have some of the Venezuelan migrants out here, and one of the nicest ladies I met, she was Venezuelan. I was talking to her about Maduro and how they try to install Juan Guaido as the puppet leader, and she was like, oh, wow. Like, she was almost to tears because she said, I can't believe you know about my country, you know what I mean? Because, they got the bad elements of the Tren de Aragua, you know what I mean? This violent, notorious gang. But that doesn't represent them as a whole. So when you talk about Venezuelans, that's all you kind of think. Tren de Aragua and Maduro is a dictator. Maduro is running this country how he wants to run this country. Let the people, decide how they want to handle that. So they're trying to frame it that, hey, we're going over there because we want to clean up the mess and we want to stop the drugs and we want to stop him being mean to his people. And then when you look at the numbers, most of the drugs is coming through the southern border. Most of the fentanyl is coming from China, but they're not putting this pressure on China like that.
Now, did you see that he did an executive order yesterday designating fentanyl as a what is it? I think a war of this. What is it? I'll think about it. Something about that they use in the the terror terms. What do they call them? Something of destruction or something like that. I'll find that. But
Weapons
also,
of mass destruction.
weapon of mass destruction. Yes, thank you.
WMD.
Yes, he designated it as a WMD, fentanyl, and the sources and the original source of fentanyl comes from China, and it usually comes through Mexico. But is he doing anything to them? And to say that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction is just more of the rhetoric that they put out, calling the people on these boats narco terrorists. They using all of these terms to make you feel like we are in a real war when we are not in a real war, because they have to go to Congress to declare war. So I don't give a fuck how many war terms and terminology he uses. And what's so funny about it, he gets these people hyped up and believe like, oh, we got to do something. Oh, they're coming after us. And it's all bullshit. But they say nothing about him releasing this man, giving this man a pardon. Now,
and that's the whole point, right? The whole the framing, like you said, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So once he frames it in these warlike terms, that's the part of the fear mongering that I was talking about. So people say, because if you ask people, hey, do you want fentanyl pouring into your country? And people, being unalived over these overdose, people be, heck nah, man, stop that. And then they say, okay, cool, we gonna stop the fentanyl, so we gonna go bomb Venezuela. But hold on, the fentanyl is not coming from there. So they try to do the distraction, how they have weapons of mass destruction. There's also another term, weapons of mass distraction. So that's what they do. They do all of these distraction here. Look over here while we're doing something else. They did the same thing with the Epstein files, right? They just throw a bunch of stuff and see what sticks. So you get to a point where you just kind of forget about those files.
And the second part about this pardon that I wanted I talked about this either Friday or Monday. The second part about this that a lot of people don't know, why would he go over there? That isn't that election interference that he wanted to sue CBS for hundreds of billions of dollars because they edited Harris's response to a question in an interview that he refused to sit down for, but he wanted to sue them for billions, and he called that election interference for editing her answer for a commercial. Now, what he did when he pardoned this guy who was supported by the person who was running for president in Honduras and was in third place, he told them that if they did not vote for the person who was in third place, he would rescind our money. So the current president, she was in first place. And you know what she did? What she did was, I don't know if you're familiar with Peter Thiel and all of these private cities that.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the private cities that these rich billionaires and oligarchs are building in third world countries where they have to follow no law. They have to they make up their own laws. They'll go to this country. They get tax shelter from paying American taxes. And then they have one in Honduras where they pay no taxes to Honduras. They go to these third world governments and, tell them that we're going to create jobs and this, that, and the other. And all of these are service industry jobs that they create that they are not even paying the rate that they would have to pay in the United States for these people. They figure like, hey, you're poor already. Why would I pay you what I would pay an American citizen? So these billionaires who like to undercut the people who work for them. So they have these cities. These are invite only cities, which means that a millionaire or a billionaire has to invite you to these cities. The current president who was running in first place shut that city down. They said that Peter Thiel could no longer have this city in Honduras because he did not do what he promised. He is not helping the community of Honduras. Why you got all these millionaires and billionaires buying into this city? They have I think it's 7-story building, and those are prohibited in Honduras. He built it anyway. Everything he's doing is without permits, all this type of stuff. And you got these millionaires and billionaires buying into this, buying these condos and all of this shit. And they have all these people who are experimenting with things. Peter Thiel is the champion of combining your body with machinery with to build the perfect person. He wants you to implant all of these chips and shit in your body. They're actually doing that in his little private island because they have no laws to deal with. And then he's inviting all these people in, and they are doing all of these experiments and shit. They say they can't do this stuff other places because there's too much red tape and regulations to go through. So when they talk about all of this deregulation, they're going to do it one way or another, and people are up there. Oh man, you haven't heard about that?
Yes, I've heard a little bit about it. I do know that, this is not something that's new. They've been doing it for decades. It's just since we're in the information age, people are able to find out about it a little bit sooner. But yes, they has been doing that. And actually, when neighborhoods they attack first and displace first, just like here, it's going to be the melanated area, the Afro-Caribbean area. And so I do know that the local communities, one of them being a village called Crawfish Rock, they actually did raise serious concerns, but they're
in Honduras, right?
Correct. Yeah. And this is a marginalized group that they don't care about. And there is some activist groups, and they said this is what they call the form of corporate colonialism. So you can't separate it from colonialism. But once you add the corporate, they're doing it behind the veil of legality. So it's like, oh, no, it's not colonialism because they're doing it legal, but they're doing a lot of things to skirt the law. And like you said, they use foreign investors they're the ones imposing their governance on a supposed sovereign nation. They're undermining the local laws, labor protections, because like you said, they look at them, hey, you're in a third world country. You can't complain and you can't demand American wages because what do you have? You have dirt cookies, and they start disparaging them and almost shame them into accepting the lower wages and unsafe environmental conditions. And because they're operating as this pseudo sovereign corporate entity, they're not really subject to the law. They're supposed to be, but like you said, they're using all of this foreign investment and capital to circumvent the law. So they actually do have I think someone is trying to file a lawsuit against the Honduran Congress for allowing that to happen. I seen there's like an 11 billion lawsuit against the Honduran government, and this is part of it because they're saying allowing this to happen, which it is true, is eroding the national sovereignty and them being able to regulate the taxes because it's supposed to be a boon for this economy, right? Not a boon for someone's pockets to hide it in the Swiss bank.
Mm-hmm. And now they approved one, and then they started development on a second one. Now it all makes sense. It really all makes sense. And Peter Thiel is one of the proponents of, you can't get what you want done with through democracy. One vote, one person. You to advance this, and he also said anyone who is against corporation and technology is the antichrist. So he wants to combine the technology into your body. So he said that if you want to get things done, you're not going to be able to get it done through bureaucracy. So people, democracy, I'm not bureaucracy, democracy, you're going to have to find a different way to move forward all of this technology shit that he feels as one individual that everyone should be on board with. So you're going to have to get around democracy. And thus he has created all of these little cities. And there are 15,000 of these cities all across the world where these billionaires are buying into and making their own law. They wanted to do one in Northern California. I forget the name of the city. You didn't hear about that one?
Yes, I did hear about it. Did that one ever come to fruition?
No, it didn't come to fruition because the public found out about it. This one farmer, he refused to sell, and then they offered him doubles in the millions. They offered him double the price, and he still refused to sell. And they got indignant and tried to take his land from him. And then
that's what happens. Yeah, when you refuse, they try to take your land, or sometimes, and I know this will hit personal home to you, but somehow this mysterious natural disaster comes, like in New Orleans, right? When they talk about Hurricane Katrina, right? That was because incompetence while the city was flooded, right? There wasn't no natural disaster. So a lot of times this does happen. And then the same thing with the Hawaii, right? The fires in Hawaii. And then now people like Till, they come in to buy that property. They were trying to sell their property for pennies on the dollar, and they're saying, hey, look, this is more than the insurance company is going to give you, which is true, right? So some people were forced to sell, and now that prime real estate went for pennies on the dollar, and it's going to turn into, because they also have what they call these smart cities or 15-minute cities where you can get to anywhere in 15 minutes because there's no traffic. How would a city like that be able to function? You need a bunch of wealthy people, that's, just only going to A to B, not a working class people where it's traffic and stuff. Because remember, the elites, they didn't want to live in the city, right? They want to live in the outskirts and here, let the N-words live downtown and stuff. Now they see
now they're trying to get back into the cities. Remember,
you're trying to go after Chinatown.
Huh?
I said they're even trying to go after Chinatowns for the prime real estate now.
Right. Now, you remember, we both from California. You remember when they had those fires in California? Now, one of those fires started. They act like they don't know how it started, but there was somebody who had a Ring doorbell in one of the Edison towers just sparked up and went into flames right on the hillside, and you could see it spark up, and you just see the fires just spread out because it was Santa Ana winds during that time, and all the fire in Altadena. That's and a lot of the Altadena residents are suing Southern California Edison. But isn't it weird that it just happened to spark up on a where they had over 100 miles an hour winds. They get those a lot in Southern California, but a lot of those historic black families that lived in Altadena for decades. Altadena was one of the first places in Los Angeles that black families could buy homes. So a lot of these homes in Altadena have been in families for decades. Now the real estate had gone up so high in Altadena and places like that. These are regular houses. It's not a whole lot of mansions and McMansions, but they're nice houses. Trust and believe, it was a nice city, but the median price for a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house was over $700,000. So now there's a guy who run the Mega Millions in California. He was from Altadena, and he actually bought his Mega Million tickets on the cusp of Altadena and Pasadena. And now he has gone through and he has bought up over 15 lots of people who are selling their lots because he's paying them more than what the insurance will pay them. There's so many houses that have not, that are caught up in red tape and all of this type of stuff because they don't want these people back there. They want to make this another Pacific Palisades type of neighborhood. Altadena had a thriving black middle class. Not no more.
Yes, I was aware of that, and that's the unfortunate part. And unfortunately, no one else will speak out about it because it's happening to us. If it was happening to any other community, like people would ring the alarm. And I'm a humanitarian, so I love everybody, but I just have to call it plainly. If nobody else will stand up for us, then if I won't stand up for my people, then who else will? So it's just way too many coincidences, right? You know what I mean? So, back to the New Orleans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they were coming to pick up the people from the floods, they were intentionally ignoring the black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were calling the black people who are Americans, they were calling them refugees.
Refugees, yes.
To try to make it seem like they were just this displaced, people from the global south just looking for a home. No, this is their home that they're standing on top of, flooded. Same thing with Altadena. They'll say, oh, well, yeah, this was a historical class, but it's like, this is America, the land of opportunity. You can just move somewhere else. My whole life and existence was built here. Some people wanted to raise their kids there. Some people wanted to retire, grow old there. And it's like, find somewhere else that's not as nice, that's not as valuable. And then we'll make this area more valuable than it ever was.
Exactly. Now, valuable. What value will it have to the descendants who grew up, who made Altadena what it was? See, they're always like. I remember everybody fled from Los Angeles downtown over by USC. All of these places, they fled. They fled to places like Palmdale and all of these out of the way places. And now, what is Palmdale and Lancaster now? A whole lot of Section 8 people. All of those big houses are mostly occupied by Section 8 people because who wants to drive in LA traffic? I think Palmdale is like 80 something miles from Los Angeles, and you have people doing the commute because they wanted to get out of the city. Now, where does everybody want to be? Downtown LA, where they're building all of these condos, which all of downtown LA used to be grimy and sooty, and you just went down there to shop from these cheap fashion stores and stuff where you could get good prices on electronics and clothing and jewelry and shit, but you didn't want to be down there after dark. All of downtown LA. Now they have pushed all of the homeless people to a certain sector, and these homeless people better not show their face, because they got buildings with doormans. These same rinky-dink hotels they've turned into condos with doormen downtown LA. These people want back into their city, all over near USC, where it just used to be it was equivalent to what you would say South Central was. And now they have rebuilt all of those pile houses. It has been gentrified, even all down Crenshaw. I was shocked when I went down Crenshaw one day, and all of those old black businesses, remember Crenshaw across the street from the mall? They had all those, well, you may not remember. They had all of these black businesses, black hair stores, black car dealership, all of that shit.
People selling plates, all of this stuff.
Yes.
All that they complain about, all of the things that, you know, many of the newly arrived immigrants are doing, you know what I mean? But when we did it, because, you know, in Oakland, my folks used to be out there with a truck, not hurting anybody, selling barbecue and stuff. They would hit them with a permit game and tell them to get out here. Out here, it's a bunch of Hispanic people, and they don't all have and look, hey, they got to get their money and stuff, but they don't all have permits and stuff.
Yeah.
But they're not being harassed like that. And when people say gentrified, especially when it comes to us, that's just a more sanitized version of ethnic cleansing. Look at, they say we're allegedly like 8% of the population in LA, but we're represent over 50% of the homeless. Why people love to talk about per capita, but they don't talk about that per capita. Gavin Newsom, right? He loves to tout, oh, look at all this money that I gave to immigrants. When he had China visit in San Francisco, he cleaned up. They destroyed all the housing encampments.
Right.
Bust the homeless people. They just dropped them off in somebody else's neighborhood. They cleaned the streets. So when people talk about money, money is not the issue. It's the will to do it. And when they talk about crime, the reason why they want you parroting, oh my God, it's crime. They want that so then they can say, here, we need to give the police more money. But what do they always tell you? You can't throw money at the problem unless it's police. Then you got to throw endless money at the problem. But if the police keep failing, right? If you're failing on your job, they ain't gonna say, hey, we need to give Ronnie Q a little bit more paper, and then she'll do her job. She'll do her job better. The police, they keep saying that they're failing, but they need more money then they'll be able to do their job. So they allow the crime to happen. Why do they allow it to happen? Because then nobody wants to live there. Nobody wants to live in a disgusting, rat-infested, drug-infested area. So they just let it go. The buildings become dilapidated. And then guess what? People like Peter.
You the problem. Then they tell you that you are the problem. It's your culture is the problem. All of a sudden, now, one thing they like to bring about crime in Chicago, and but these cops are being paid close to the beat cops are being paid close to $100,000, and some of them more. And you ask how many crimes have these police departments solved, as they continue to tell you that we need more money for policing. Why are you paying all these people who are not even solving the crimes? How do you think are you going to deter? You can't arrest your way out of crime by, huh?
No, I was saying you can't arrest your way to safety. Well, they already know. There was a mayor in Baltimore, and he's not the only one, but he just start investing in the community. So they'll close down all of these. They'll close down these parks. They'll close down the rec centers and say that you don't need that. They'll allow the schools to fail. They close down a bunch of schools, so where the kids got to go miles and miles to another school. And then they're expecting these kids to compete with some kids that went to a private Catholic school, but just
all their lives.
And just back to the point that I was saying, that they allow the crime to happen and they want the crime to happen. Look at and no one has to take my word for it. Look it up. In a lily white neighborhood, look how much the response time is for a cop versus if you in Oakland. And they even had a scene on there in Boys in the Hood. If any of y'all had seen the movie, when Lawrence Fishburne called the cops, said, man, I called y'all an hour ago. And the cops was getting mad at him. So what could happen in an hour? Someone is breaking in your house. Someone is trying to steal your purse and you call and then they come an hour later. So they want the crime to happen because when the buildings in the area get so disenfranchised and dilapidated, like I said, Peter Thiel and his buddies, they come and buy them for pennies on a dollar. And then when that happens, then the transformation will be coming. And that's when you'll see
all the stores coming into the community. What about all of these food deserts all around? Everybody has to eat, but then here come Whole Foods and all of these big box stores into a community that they pay no attention to because they don't respect the black dollar, and more black people need to start respecting their black dollar themselves as well. If they don't respect my money, you're not getting my money.
Bingo. And that they say, don't shop where you won't be hired at. And people do have to be more strategic and a bit more stingy with your dollars, because sometimes people say, hey, I'm craving this, you know what I mean? I'm craving a bit of this food. Like, man, this is the internet. Go on YouTube, go on Pinterest, look up the ingredients, follow that recipe and cook it yourself. You know what I mean? You love orange chicken, you can make orange chicken. You like burritos, you can make your own burritos and tacos, right? You know, and this is not just about separating. This is just about saving money, and this is about survival as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because for the life of me, I don't know why they allow certain corporate food companies to accept food stamps. I don't understand that. Probably why they took
fast food places accepted now out here. Some fast food places are allowed.
Yeah, like Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, and all of this stuff. All of this food that's going to have you hungry in 2 or 3 hours, when you could, as high as this fucking fast food is now, as high as this shit is now, you can go out and get you a whole chicken, make a whole dinner, and have dinner for the next day. That's why they took home ec and these types of things out of schools, out of high school, that you used to have to take an elective for, because unfortunately, a lot of people aren't taught how to spend their money wisely. And God forbid, they don't want you to know. So they took it out of the school. So you don't know how to make a budget, how to cook for yourself. Do you know how many women out here who don't know how to cook a good meal? You hear a lot of, I remember a lot of people always talk about they make tacos and spaghettis. How many people do you hear talking about their tacos and spaghettis? But they can't sustain themselves. They can't cook for themselves. What do you think about that?
Yes, I fully concur with that. And I even had a buddy, right? Because now we've been too infatuated with consumerism. And I'm just talking about Americans in general, but, specifically, my community. But so I had a buddy, and he's actually not, he's Puerto Rican, so he's not of my community, but this sentiment is still what permeates, right? So he would tell me, man, all my son eat is I'm tired of this. All my son eat is McDonald's nuggets. He won't eat nothing else. So almost every day he was going and getting nuggets. But if you at McDonald's, you ain't just gonna get the nuggets, right? There's gonna be some fries, some other stuff in there. So it's like you're using this as the excuse, because I grew up in the age where corporal punishment, you wouldn't get called CPS on you and stuff. My mom was like, hey, this is what we having. If you don't want it, then you can starve.
You ain't eating.
Like child abuse now. But I was telling him, it's like the reason why he only is demanding, he doesn't have McDonald's money. He doesn't have a car. You have the car. You have the McDonald's money. But because he's throwing a fit, you just go get the McDonald's to shut him up. And then why would he? if he already knows that this is the game every day, oh, I don't like those. Then he start trying to buy nuggets, right? And then he said, oh, I bought these nuggets, but my son didn't like them. So he was doing this for like years. And then finally he had got an air fryer. And then he was like, okay, my son likes these nuggets now. So now it's saving me money because he can cook. I was like, you could have been doing that the whole time, you know? And what I found out is that too many people, like, your kids don't always need an option, right?
Exactly.
Giving them options.
And what nutrition value are you are the parent. What nutrition value are you giving your kid? I mean, where does your responsibility come in and giving your child the proper nutrition that their bodies need?
And I've noticed because people, they want to be, a lot of people, not all, they want to be friendly with their kids, right? And then sometimes I'll talk to people and they'll be like, because, you know, we grew up poor. Like, I'm talking about stuff people be like, you was eating that? I'm talking about the government cheese. Yeah, I had that. Like farina and peanut. Like, people be like, what? Like the unsalted cornflakes, like powdered milk. Like this is the type of stuff. And I'm not saying I ate all this stuff, but like, this is what was being sent to us because, you know, we were on the stamps and everything. So now people want to grow up and like, man, you know how we grow up, and they want to try to seem like they're kind of bigger or better than outshining their parents. So I could afford to get my kids steak. I could afford to take my kids to Panda. But it's like, you just took your kid to McDonald's. Now you're saying I'm craving Chinese food. So it's like, if you craving Chinese food, you make it at the house. You don't go to Panda Express. And people, man, I'm craving a burger, so that's why I'm gonna go to In-N-Out. No, you go make it at the house for the price that you're gonna pay at In-N-Out. You gonna have burgers, sides, and some leftovers. But for the I don't know, the hype of being able to just go and swipe a card, I've seen many people do that, and they think that they've kind of surpassed what their parents were on. Yeah, we grew up poor and our parents wasn't able to do this, but I'm able to do it because I'm making money now. But kind of throwing a lot of your money to the wayside because, like you said, there's no nutritional value. So you're going to crave more of it. Versus if you're eating things that are actually going to provide sustenance, okay, now you full. So you don't even have enough room to eat any of this junky stuff because you've been fulfilled by a hearty meal.
Exactly. Now, we didn't grow up on stamps, but my parents were from the South. And my grandmother had a garden that was so huge. She grew everything. Now, let me tell you, if there was, and we weren't rich, we were working. My parents were working middle class people who owned their own house and 2 cars in the garage, and we lived in a nice neighborhood outside of Chicago. I lived there until I was 12. Let me tell you something. If she didn't have nothing in the house, she had a bag of potatoes and she had some bread and some peanut butter and jelly. And we would come home from school and make us some French fries. We had a substance, something that was going to stick to us. We'd make them home fries and au gratin potatoes and all of that type of shit. Yeah, we always ate. And let me tell you, up until this day, I get the craving for red beans and rice. You know how many red beans and shit that we ate, but we ate good. It had meat in it, and it stuck
That's
to our
my
body.
go-to right there. That's I used to call it a struggle meal, but now when I look at it, because people go to Popeyes and people love Popeyes red beans and rice, and it's the most basic, bland red beans and rice you could ever eat, but people love it because it's associated with Popeyes. I'm like,
they don't know what real red beans and rice. I made me a pot last week. I put them in the slow cooker. I put some sausage in mine as well. Oh my God!
See, that's why I said you got to add a little bit flavor to freaking. That's why I said when you put the sausage, I put like onions, bell peppers, like we mix it up. So
I put the onion, bell pepper. I would tell you my other. A little dash of this, a little dash of that. My aunt from Louisiana people would she would make one phone call. Well, tell everybody I'm making red beans and rice, and it would be so many people coming at her door. Already had their little Tupperware dishes because they were gonna eat a bowl there, and they won't gonna try. Now, don't pick all the meat out of my beans. Now, I'm telling you, from Louisiana, good ass red beans and rice.
So did you use hot sauce? Because you from Louisiana. I gotta
You know
ask.
I use hot sauce. You know I use hot sauce. I sprinkle the hot sauce
Ronnie,
on it
I
on
know that
my
was
plate.
another question. I just had to ask for clarification.
Come on, man. What is red beans without hot sauce sprinkled on the top?
Exactly.
You know what though?
I was gonna question your Louisiana bona fides if you said no.
That you ain't even have to ask that question. I didn't even know people ate them without it. Now,
Hey, no, I was trolling. My apologies, Ronnie. I didn't expect to answer less than that.
now, Larry Bird had a story. He said he used to be weak and sickly, with all growing up through school, and he said I forget what period of his life he was still playing basketball, but he said he used to get sick a lot, and he had to go stay with, I think it was his coach's black family. I don't know if he was in college or if he was still in high school, and he said he started eating all of them beans and stuff that they was feeding their kids and shit, and all of a sudden his body got strong, and he got strength, and he wasn't getting hurt anymore, and he said he was just like a bull eating that food. People don't understand that is some good food. That is food of the earth. I'm telling you, they
And
don't
you
know.
said this was Larry Bird?
Larry Bird, look it up.
Yes, salute to Larry Legend. I always liked him because he would say stuff like that too. He also would say, because he was a cold white boy, probably one of the coldest, but he said he would get offended, like, bro, he would tell them, like, don't put no white player on me. Like, you got to put the brothers on me. Otherwise, I'm just going to cook the white dudes. And he was cooking a lot of the brothers. But I liked Larry because he would always talk about that. He got a lot of game from the brothers, but like people love Larry Legend, so salute to him. I didn't even know about that story.
Yeah, you gotta check that story out. I was surprised. I was like, Larry Bird loved these. He said, "Oh, I love me some real home cooked soul food." Yeah.
From Indiana, so he grew up, Hoosiers, and
Oh Lord,
yeah, so,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Indiana was like the birthplace of the KKK. So he grew up in the heart of that. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And then, so, he ended up being like best friends with Magic Johnson. And, it was a great story. I think Larry has been like one of the most respectfuls from that era. To his black peers, like he didn't look down and see them as less than or something. If anything, he was praising them, and he was saying,
yeah,
us whites can't compete with those blacks. So it's like, if you want to guard me, you need to put a black player on me. He would say stuff like that.
Now, it's interesting that you said that, because I said that to a woman who was from Tennessee, and she's like, "No, the KKK started in Tennessee. I know for sure." And I kind of second guessed myself, and I Googled it, and they did say a chapter, but I am under the awareness that it started in Indiana as well.
Yeah, based on my information, I don't see anything other than that. The first, and I just pulled it up right now. So it says Imperial Wizard William J. Simmons from Atlanta, Georgia, selected Joe Huffington to start the Indiana branch. So the first Klan headquarters, this is the first, was in Evansville, Indiana. So yeah, they were other places, but when they first centralized the hub and said, hey, this is going to be our base where we operate out of, it was in Indiana.
Okay, so I was right, and she wanted to argue me down that it started in Tennessee. Okay, I thought I was right about that. I was like, because I was surprised that it started somewhere relatively in the Midwest. When you think of them, you think about the South.
Exactly. Yeah, no, there were Southern collaborators, but where they established, okay, we need a base, right? So it's a bunch of people that had the ideology, but it wasn't solidified until they established the headquarters, right? It's just like Google, right? You can have Google, but yeah, Google needs a home base. And once they establish that home base, that's what they consider the origin. Everything else is an idea, and it came together there.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for confirming that with me as well.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Now, there was something else that you said that I wanted to. Is there anything else you want to, while I think about my mind fart?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Could you repeat that?
I said I was going to ask you about something else that you said, but I'm having a brain fart. You may lead me back to it. Is there something else that you see that's going on that you want to talk about?
I think it will just kind of tie into some things that you were talking about. I think everyone should get familiar with the term. Basically, right now we live in a capitalistic system, but the default system, for the, the elites, the W supremacists, the default system is feudalism. Capitalism is just like a more sanitized version of that to give you, hope that, hey, you can live the American dream. And while there are some benefits for it, ultimately it does rely on certain segments of the population being at the bottom, right? They need cheap, exploitable, undocumented labor. That there's a reason why they want millions upon millions of undocumented people, because they can just hang their immigration status in limbo. And you can see what Trump's doing now. They can always threaten them with deportation. If they can threaten them with that means they can pay them lower wages. They can threaten them in other ways where they're going to try to bury their head in the sand because they don't want to get sent back. So that's ultimately what capitalism is, and that's the sanitized version of feudalism. But now we're going to enter into what's called techno-feudalism, and that's the socio-economic system where the technological companies and digital platforms exercise their monopoly over the users, the data, the services, and they're creating a hierarchy, basically just like the feudalism, which it was kings, queens, lords, nobles, and peasants. So under that system, we all would be peasants. Even people like, I'm in the middle class. Yeah, you would be considered a peasant. You're not part of that elite structure. You're not a king, queen, noble, or lord. So when they're doing that in the technical sense, who owns all of our data, right? Who owns the services? All of these platforms that you love that collects all your data, who owns them, and what are they doing with that information? They're selling it to the highest bidder. They're exchanging information, and people like Peter Thiel are saying, hey, we need more of this because we'll know you better than you know yourself, right? If
Peter Thiel says he can predict if somebody is going to commit a crime. They are using that in the CIA, the military, to predict your future actions based upon all the data that they have collected on you. Now, isn't
like
that
Minority Report? You seen that?
No.
Oh, so there's a movie that's just like that. It's with Tom Cruise. It's called Minority Report.
Yes, I have. They were in they went to an island somewhere in no, that was the Pelican Brief.
Yeah, that was something else. So Minority Report is just like you said. They first of all, in order for them to predict, that means that you need to be under 100% surveillance. So that means they need to be surveilling you all the time. And then they say, based on these hypothesis or this assumption, Ronnie Q, she's prone to committing crime. So before she commits that crime, we're just going to arrest her. So they're trying to arrest you. And this is why they want to implant things in so they can get into your thoughts and say, hey, you were thinking about revenge, but we can have maybe violent thoughts. It doesn't mean you're going to carry them out, right? You can say, man, I want to whoop this person's you know what. And you're in the heat of the moment, and then they'll come arrest you because fighting and beating people up is a felony. But I didn't commit a felony. Yeah, but you were thinking about it, and we know that you know yourself. That's what the movie Minority Report is, and that's what Peter Thiel is talking about. They're saying that the surveillance, and then mind you, right? Think about how much surveillance has stepped up in all of these major cities, and then they're still not solving crime. And what are they saying? We need more money. We need more surveillance. So then they get more money, more surveillance, and then every year, what are they talking about? Crime is out of how is crime out of control? Y'all got robot dogs, y'all got drones, y'all got tasers that will hit you running away. They got shotguns, they got assault rifles, they got handguns, they have backup, they have military tanks, they have flash grenades, frag grenades, and that's just what I named off of the top of my head. And they fear for their life, and they need more weaponry.
And you know, Palantir, it's reported that they were using those drones to find out where the Palestinian people were hiding, and they were sending in the drones. AI, not this is AI determining all of this based upon the data and the facial recognition software that they had. When people were trying to secure themselves and hide themselves, they would go in and they would send a drone in, and that was it for the people. And they also had a score on the people from 1 to 10, and they based you upon how close you were to someone who was an active Hamas person. It could have been your second cousin. It could have been your neighbor. The proximity of the kill number that they would give you was whatever number they determined that you had proximity to a Hamas person.
And that was all speculation, because them just simply saying Hamas, there were some doctors, because Hamas was the government structure. So that means the teachers are Hamas, the doctors are Hamas. So not everyone was a militant. And that program, this is how diabolical it actually was. The AI program was called Where's Daddy? So they wanted to wait. They wanted to maximize the destruction and the heinous barbarism. So they would wait. So if it was just one dude, they wanted to wait till he got home to maximize the effort. Instead of using the drone to take out one, hey, let's just take out a whole family. But then they would say, hey, this person was a Hamas leader, but he had his 3 daughters there who wasn't Hamas. So then they start saying, oh, sorry, it's just casualties of war.
Right.
And then that's where they keep saying, oh, they were using them as human shields. They're saying, oh, he was hiding behind his kids, so that's why I had to drop a bomb on him. You shouldn't be hiding behind your kids. But in our society, we wouldn't accept that. If someone runs into a bank and takes a bunch of banks hostages, and we can say this dude is the most disgusting serial killer ever, we're not going to drop a bomb on that bank just to unalive this one person. So that excuse doesn't fly.
But we accept it everywhere else with every other people.
Could you repeat that?
But we accept it being done to other people.
Correct. And then we'll turn around and say that we're pro-life. This is a Christian nation. What the heck is Christian about that?
Nothing.
They say, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus be doing this? Because they're saying, oh, this is the Holy Land, and this is the place that Jesus walked. There's no proof of that, but let's just go with that. Okay. Where in the scripture does it talks about drone warfare? Right. So this is all stuff that they're using, and they co-opt the religiosity to make people desensitized to a mass slaughter going on. And they say never forget, but forget what's going on to the Palestinians.
Yeah, never forget. Let me share a portion of this with you real quick. Have you ever visited the site More Perfect Union?
Yes, I think I'm subscribed to them on YouTube. So I know they do a lot of good stuff for the working class and labor.
Okay, let me play this for you. I'm just gonna play a little portion of it that I want you to hear. Oh shit, I messed up. Let me go back. Let me find. This is where I want to. Alec Carp.
And the tab is on mute.
Pulled from his network to build out a new company. One of the first hires was Thiel's Stanford Law School roommate, Alex Karp, who'd gone on after Stanford to get a PhD in not business or computer science or engineering, but neoclassical social theory. They named the company Palantir, after the Palantiri from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
In Lord of the Rings, the Palantir Stone is a magical object that allows its users to predict the future or to see what's going on in a remote location.
It was originally created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful.
Long have you hunted me?
So that's Middle Earth, but what does Palantir do in a regular Earth?
What we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based research. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
You know, we can never. I'll tell you, the closest thing to an answer is like there are when you look at when you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
Fundamentally, the mission that is pushed to employees is that we're solving the world's hardest problems and supporting Western institutions. That is the main driver of sort of this militaristic culture that is developed inside of Palantir.
If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire message of like, we are the most lethal, we are the most able to surveil and process large amounts of data.
You have created the system which you call kill chain.
Privately. Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous.
See, he think this is cute.
Like tech for the amelioration of unwanted blah blah blah. Some term we're supposed to use.
Okay, let's.
For me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life. Palantir's contract added their software and artificial intelligence to the kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
It's tech that Juan helped market.
It reduces the distance you have to the problem, but when you're able to take a step back and really see all the narratives and how they were shaped and the actual application of these technologies, your whole world starts falling apart, which is something that, definitely happened to me.
Okay, I just wanted to share a little bit of that. I'm gonna drop the link if you want to watch the rest of that. Now, we know that when they did that strike on the Houthis, they knew that dude left from wherever he was going and went to his girlfriend's house, and that's when they struck her house. How did they know all of this stuff? And this is the stuff that they think that this is cute and funny, and you hear these rejected nerds laughing about and so disconnected and about the strikes that they are taking on people's lives who have nothing to do with a lot of what the Western is saying is so egregious, but they are doing these egregious things to innocent people.
Especially when it comes to drone strikes. And Obama, drone struck more people than anyone. And this is the cowardice when it comes to drone warfare in terms of efficiency, right? It's extremely efficient, right? You don't got to send no live bodies out there. This is not like 300 and Leonidas and the Spartans fighting people, right? Where you actually have to physically get out there and tussle. Instead, they can be somewhere sipping a pina colada, watching their favorite Netflix show and say, yeah, man, go ahead and flick the button. And then they slaughter people, and the civilian casualty rate is usually around 90%. So if it's 100 targets, right, 10 of them were designated Hamas targets, just using this example, and that means 90 of them weren't. But they're like, yeah, but we got 10 evil people. And you got 90 innocent people, but you're supposed to fixate on the alleged 10 evil people. And they talked about kill chain, and usually it's a reference to kind of military warfare and stuff. But now, since I said we're transitioning into the techno-feudalism, which is warfare on a different playing field, there's something called a cyber kill chain, and this was developed by Lockheed Martin. You know what I mean? So when people talk about Palantir, it's not just them. It's Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, but there's 7 stages of the cyber kill chain. Is number 1 is the reconnaissance. That's where they're gathering information to target. Number 2 is weaponization. So creating malware or other tools to exploit the vulnerability. The delivery is the transmission, through email, website, USB, or whatever, because we're just talking about the cyber kill chain. Number 4 is the exploitation. You're leveraging vulnerability, saying, hey, look, do you want us to stop? Because it can get worse from here. You know what I mean? So you're kind of like bribing them. Number 5 is the installation, establishing persistent like backdoors, remote access, where even if they are, like holding something over your head, they keep a copy too. So you know what I mean? Here's the copy of these compromising files, but we have a file in the cuts, right? And then number 6 is command and control, where they establish a communication channel to basically control the compromised system, so that, how when people will be like, man, is this person bought and paid for it because he switched? Most of them have probably fell a victim to the cyber kill chain. And then number 7 is the actions on objectives. They perform the final intent on the attacker, whether it's like, here, release the Kraken, right? Release the file. So this is the steps of the cyber kill chain that, and people could look this up. So it's good to be abreast with what tactics they're using against you to see how you can combat them, because you can't compete with them monetarily. You can't compete with them in their terms of technology and surveillance. The only way you can compete is by galvanizing others with information to demand a change and to take action against that, because they're doing all this stuff behind the scenes, but a lot of this stuff they're saying openly at the WEF of conference, saying you will own nothing and be happy. Remember the American?
Yes.
Right, the American dream used to be having a house, but not just any house, a house with a white picket fence. That was the American dream. Now the American dream is for non-citizens, because they try to say, look, we decimated your homeland, so the American dream is for us to let y'all come over here, because look, it's better than your shithole country, right? That's what they've turned the American dream into. But the American dream was supposed to be for specifically Americans, and then people could come here and benefit from the American dream. But they've convinced us on owning nothing and being happy. So now, like in LA, right, they'll make these nice high rises, but it's a bunch of apartments stacked on top of each other. So then they convince you, oh, look, but it's close to a gym. It's close to the freeway. But it's like, that's not the house. These places, a lot of places are regulating against building single family home units. So they want these apartments just stacked on top of each other, but you don't have a backyard, you don't have anything, but you have a
and
gym.
you gain no equity.
Bingo. And that's the key point. And you know,
well, what that does is that leaves you in the position of being at the wheel of other people, because a landlord can kick you out if they want to move their family in. That is totally legal. It leaves you at their will, and you cannot advance out of your social circumstances by having the real American dream of getting equity in your house and buying a more expensive house, and being able to expand your credit and your whole lifestyle. They keep you in that box.
Ronnie, remember they used to say this? 2 words that they jaw might drop. A starter home.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that was the home that you started out with. That ain't the home that you're going to retire with right here. Here's a little starter home. And then we going to work, gain some equity, flip this. And then we going to get the home that we going to retire in. Now they say, forget a starter home, forget a home. Anyways, you will
forever home. You know, you go from a starter home until you be like, I'm going to get everything I want in this home. And this is going to be my forever home. You move up from the starter home. Go ahead.
Yeah, but now people can't even afford that. And now you got people like Elon Musk. We need more white babies. How you gonna have white babies when they have nowhere to live? Now that's why a lot of these young cats are saying, man, YOLO, I'm living my best life. If I can't afford the average home, you know it's much more in California, but the average home across the entire country is over 470.
Over 400. Yeah. Go ahead.
So how are these young cats gonna get their life started unless they were born with a silver spoon and their parents can pass something down to them? But many of their parents are trying to hold on to their house until they finally kick the bucket so they can try to they bought their house for $80,000 and then they want to sell it for $1.5 million. Okay, who has the means to do that? The young people don't.
No, they don't, because there's no job to support that. There's no paying jobs that's going to support that. And you know what the key about that is? When they bought that house for $82,000, that was a starter house.
Bingo. It actually was. It was my friend bought his house in the 80s, $80K, and it was his starter home. And that house right now is going for 1.2.
Yes. Yes. Now, look at all of these companies. You know that 40% of the houses that are bought up from hedge funds group and private equity groups, and one of them is like the largest renter in the United States. They are allowing these rich people to put their money together, pool their money together. They are buying whole new development of houses. One hedge fund, one corporation is buying a whole new development of houses, and you can only have the option, or you can only have the goal of being able to be a renter, and all of the fees that they charge you for this, that, and the other. So many people who are renting from these big corporation, not just in one city. Some of these companies own houses all across the United States now, and they're pickpocketing their renters to death. They're not doing maintenance. They are neglecting maintenance, ignoring maintenance, and all of this type of stuff. These are billionaires who are getting rich from picking your pockets, and the fact that you are unable to purchase your own property, you are there for the billionaires and the hedge fund people to pick your pockets on rental property. I did this story like 2 years ago, and it has gotten abundantly worse.
And what makes it worse is that it's being subsidized. When they tell us, don't ask for reparations of debt owed, you just begging, and that's a handout. And then just don't take my word for it. Look at Elon Musk. His enterprise is fueled by billions upon billions of government goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. aka subsidies and grants that he doesn't have to pay back. I'm sure, Ronnie Q, you don't even need $1 billion. I'm sure if somebody broke Ronnie Q off with $1 million to invest, I'm sure you can make some things shake with that. Instead, these people need hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, and then they turn around and say, just work harder. But that wasn't based on you working hard. That wasn't based on them selecting you and propping you up.
And Elon Musk is the biggest welfare queen in the United States, and he's not even from the United States. Let that sink in. Also,
how was that America first?
Let it sink in that this is the man who went through our government and fired over 300,000 black women and put them on the streets. Understand that this is the man that they let go through our government and have access to all our information and fire a whole lot of people who work for the government, and then turn around and did not do what he said he was going to do. He's a failure. He failed at this Doge. He said that he can save maybe $1 trillion to $2 trillion, and then wound up saving 260 something $1 billion, and that at the last I heard that may not have even been correct. A failure. He was a failure. But what did he turn that
percent that they cut? They were supposed to cut all this fraud, and mind you, he
wait a minute.
Anything.
What he didn't do what?
I said he wanted to say that he was cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, but he didn't cut any of those subsidies that was giving to him.
No. And none of the he had no cuts for the Department of Defense, who hasn't been able to successfully complete an audit in the last 7 years. They always can't tally their big books correctly and succeed in the audit. But he had no waste, fraud, and abuse coming out of their budget, because he get a lot of his welfare from their budget. Let's be clear. Now, he failed at his job at Doge. $200 and something billion, if that, based upon $1 to $2 trillion that he said he would save. And what did he turn around and do? Obama was the one who initially kept Tesla from going under. Obama was the one who gave Elon Musk some money to keep Tesla going. And now, after this Doge shit and stuff, and Tesla shareholders selling off their stocks and saying that they were going to have to vote for a new CEO of the company, what did he turn around and do? Failed at Doge, lost all that money in Tesla because of his arrogant actions and stuff, and people are not buying Tesla. He turned around and asked for $1 trillion pay package, and he got it.
Correct. Obama gave him some because Elon Musk was a Democrat. Biden gave him some because he voted for both of them. And then when he saw the wind shifting and said, hey, I could get some after Trump, from Trump, he donated over $200 million to Trump's campaign. So this dude, like you said, he's not even American. So he has no loyalty to the country, the values, the ethos, or anything. All he's looking, he just sees this as an extraction resource. How I can take as much from here. And mind you, he's grown with a silver spoon. He acted like he pulled himself up by his bootstraps, but his bigoted racist dad, he was like the owner of some emerald mine or something like that. So,
but was he really the owner of emerald mines? He has yet to come up with the receipt from the person that he said sold him these emerald mines. There are questions about how his father was the alleged owner of emerald mines.
Yeah,
way back.
And the way he talks, because he's a supporter of the apartheid government, and he was kind of saying that, that he needed to treat, the indigenous Black South Africans like that, because, the same old tropes, they don't know what they're doing and they would be lost without, the savior. So I won't be surprised, if it was taken by forceful coercion or something.
Now, you know that Peter Thiel is also from South Africa, right?
You know what? I didn't even know that.
Yes, and it's one more. It's another one of the I think not the PayPal mafia, but one more of these elitists that they tech billionaires is also from South Africa. I forget his name. Now, Elon Musk said his fondest memory is when he was a boy growing up in apartheid South Africa. It has been reported.
Yeah, I mean, that's no surprise. And then not only that, in Tesla, Elon had to pay out because they were discriminating against the black people there. What a shock.
But what happened? But what happened when Elon Musk became a part of the government? He dismantled every government agency that had investigations on him and his company. All of these government agencies, these oversight agencies that he had cases in front of, have been dismantled.
And no one talks about that. Back to the accountability, right? They talk about we have an accountability problem. Where is the accountability for Musk, Trump, Peter Thiel? These should be people in their own community calling this stuff out. Instead, it's people like us that have to articulate what the mainstream should be talking about, because all of these people are in cahoots with them. Even the people that are supposedly against them, they like to have a boogeyman to campaign against. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate, because politics is a game, but it's also a blood sport where you kind of got to bash people over the head to say, look, I'm in this group. You don't want any head bashers, right? So vote for me. And then this cycle just continues to, just keep coming full circle.
Now, what do you think about Pharrell Williams saying that basically politics wasn't real, and he basically said that no one is, and he doesn't believe in DEI because all you have to do is work harder and you will be seen.
Yes, see, I'll say this, and I have some more inflammatory things to say, but just to be respectful of your platform.
Be disrespectful.
Celebrities, and not all, but it's a significant amount of celebrities and athletes, but I'm just going to focus on the celebs right now, are the biggest sellouts and sambos in our community because they've been in the higher echelons of society. So they know what these elitist people feel about us, but many of them are okay with being the step and fetch it, tap dancing token Negro. They're okay with being held up as a trophy. Here, look at this black, you know what I mean? But they know that they had to step on many people that look like them just to get in that place. And many of them were selected to be hand placed in a specific sector or specific industry. It's not all just because you worked so hard. And they subscribe to these anti-black bigoted talking points. Look at something right now with Barron Trump. Did you know Barron Trump is already worth like hundreds of millions because they did some sort of nepotism thing? You can't say that he worked hard. What has he done? He hasn't really done anything. Jared Kushner, right? He was given $1 billion from the Saudis. That wasn't because
$2 billion. He got $2 billion, and he's also in on this deal where they're trying to go in the deal with Warner Brothers and stuff with Saudi money.
Yeah.
Jared Kushner is in on that deal. They got Saudi money in there. They got Yemen money in there, and they are trying to upturn that Time Warner deal to purchase Netflix, so where they will include owning a part of CNN. Yemen and Saudi Arabia will be partly owned by the Saudi government, and that's okay. But go ahead.
Correct. And that's not about working hard. So that they tell you all of this stuff. It ain't about what you know, it's about who you know. Okay, so if it's about who you know, why are you telling me that it's about hard work? You see how they play the pivot? They'll say, all you got to do is work hard. Who's working harder than someone? Like, have you seen someone in the street where you got to pave streets and they got a jackhammer where it's like your whole body is vibrating? Are you telling me Elon Musk is working harder than that person? The person that got to climb on a telephone pole and go to the tippy top to fix something, Elon working harder than them. So then when you point out people that are working harder than them, then they flip it and say, well, you just got to work smarter. You spent decades telling us it was about hard work.
Harder.
Now you saying you got to work smart. So that's the pivot, because they know there's people out there that are working 3 jobs, right? And then I'm working harder than you. I'm working 3 jobs. I don't want to work 3 jobs. But then they say, hey, well, you done for working 3 jobs. You should have did something else and chose a better career path. So then they shame you for actually working harder.
Yeah. Yeah, like I work with my mind. You have to work with your body. All of this.
They'll say they invested in stocks. You should have just been a smart investor. Okay, so investing in stocks, that's not about working hard. So why? And then if it's about working smarter, why aren't you guys pushing for more financial literacy classes and teaching people about credit and microeconomics? See, so they want to just whine, but they don't want to push a solution, because they know if they push for that, then people will be not in this rat race. People will be able to pull back from certain things, but they want us mindlessly spending, because like how we were talking about the fast food and all this stuff, all these people have invested stocks in there. So even if they don't eat McDonald's, they want to push it to your kids because they want to boost the stocks for McDonald's. But if you want more white babies in a healthier society, I mean, why are you pushing, why are you pushing things that are going to be that's not conducive to that reality?
I concur. Now, let's look at the whole debauchery with Stephen A. Smith, for example. This buffoon is out here yelling and screaming and knows absolutely nothing that he's talking about. Stephen A. Smith is yelling and screaming about Jasmine A. Crockett. She's not doing the right thing as a legislator, and if she wants to get something done, he can't even enunciate what she needs to do as a legislator to get something done, because he knows nothing about legislation. As he is secretly trying to say that Jasmine Crockett needs to bow down to Donald Trump because he is the man and the Republicans are in power. And if she wants something, she should kiss ass to get what she wants. And the simple fact that this clown is actually acting as if he may consider running for elected office, not a congressman, not a alderman, the president of the United States. He thinks that people are so hoodwinked into the rhetoric that he talks that people take him seriously about his pontification about politics as he washed Trump's balls with his tongue. Have you heard some of the shit he's been saying?
Stephen A. Smith is one of the most detestable Sambos known to man. And the reason why is because he's always going on. He'll do something where he tries to do a sleight of hand. Oh, man, I don't know politics. I'll defer. Y'all guys know more politics than me. So why are you accepting a bunch of interviews where they know that they're asking you about politics at all? It's, if they said, hey, do you want to do a show about, nuclear physics? I'm not just going to accept that interview just because, hey, CNN or The View invited me to talk about nuclear physics. I'm going to say, hey, is there something else, that I'll be more comfortable talking about? But no, he wants to be seen as a thought leader. And I feel this way about Charlemagne as well, because both all over the place. They say a bunch of contradictory things. And then Stephen A. Smith, whenever it comes to our community, this dude is like foaming at the mouth, crust in the corner of his mouth, drooling to kind of scold us. But then when it's people from another community, he's talking like this. And Stephen A. I'm like, come on, bro. Where is all of this vitriol like you have for us? He's on Sean Hannity talking about Sean Hannity is my friend, and I don't give
My
a
friend.
Yeah, he was getting mad. He's talking about Bill O'Reilly. That's my friend, and I don't give a damn who likes it. Both of them who have been on record saying vile, disgusting things about the black community. But if they're nice with him, he doesn't care. You know what I mean? And then he'll be saying, oh, yeah, the Democrats lost because of all this woke stuff and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bruh, you're supposed to be a black man who's, he is identifying as Jamaican or West Indian or whatever, bro. But it's like, you claim to yourself to be a black man. You know what the origins, or I would think that you know what the origins of woke was. It wasn't this negative connotation. It wasn't this pejorative or derogatory term. But he's trying to say the Democrats lost because of all this woke stuff, but he can't define what woke stuff that it is. So it's like you're just repeating these parroted talking points that you heard from Sean Hannity. And then for you to entertain, talking about you may entertain a run. What is his agenda? Let's just say I want to just consider him. You don't got to like Trump, but at least Trump was talking about build the wall, deportations. He gave a clear agenda for people to say, I agree with that or I don't. What the heck would Stephen A. Smith be running on?
Let me tell you something. Stephen A. Smith came out with all that shit towards Jasmine Crockett, but then when his audience went in on his ass, he came back with a fake apology. Well, I respect the woman, and if you feel that way, but I stand on what I said. But what are you coming on here acting as if you're apologizing for what you said? If in this said apology, you're standing on everything you said. He also went in on the 6 people who made that ad that you do not have to follow unlawful orders. And he went in on them. Mark Kelly, how dare you say you're not going to follow the president's order? And he just kept saying, you said you're not going to follow the orders. No. What he said was, you do not have to follow unlawful orders. That is in the military command that you are not supposed to follow unlawful orders. And he yelled and screamed and told Mark Kelly, who actually was in the service, I have family members in the service, and I asked them about it. So you asked them about something that Mark Kelly definitely did not say, and he only repeat what was in the military handbook, and we are supposed to take you seriously because you didn't serve, and you're sitting up here changing the story to have this righteous indignation about something that was not said by Mark Kelly. And then he went on The View, and he was reiterating, I just said that he was wrong for saying that he did say that you don't have to follow orders from the president. And then they corrected him and they said unlawful orders from the president. Yeah, that's what I just said, unlawful orders. And they played it back, and he said you don't have to take orders from the president. He didn't say that. He is still out here after he has gotten caught in told that you are out here being a whole clown, and he's still trying to pretend like he said something he did not say, and Mark Kelly said something he did not say. See, it's at the point where you can't take responsibility for your wrongs. That's why he thinks he can be a good politician. But let me share this with you. He went in on Joy-Ann Reid. Did you see her response to Stephen A. Smith?
I didn't see it, but I did just read some excerpts of it.
Let me share this with you. She was on with Cherry and Carrie Champion.
He was talking about your show. He was talking about your show. What did he say about your show? And then you had to respond.
He said I got fired for ratings, and I'm like, excuse me, sir, you got $100 million for a show with half my ratings at my worst. I had to literally Google his numbers. I'm like, how many people listen to the show? Is it like 4 million people? Oh, wait, it's like what, 500,000 people? Dude, that's like average CNN. That's not that high. They're paying you not for your numbers, my friend. They're paying you because you are willing to say the nasty things about Black people that they want to say.
Joyanne Reid unloaded on Stephen A. Smith to former First Take host Carrie Champion.
You're willing to take their denigration of Black women and put it in the mouth of a Negro. And because you're willing to put the denigration of Black women in particular into a Negro's mouth, you now think that, oh, I must be a freaking political genius. But just be clear, you're not being paid for your numbers. You're being paid for what you're willing to do to us for white people's entertainment. And as long as you cool with that, bruh, keep being you. But don't come for my friends. Don't come for people that I know their value and try to devalue them in front of all the Black women who can see and hear you, because we know what you're doing.
This has been a sentiment for some time.
He's got to deal with Black woman issues
Oh my God.
writ large, and whatever self-hate exists within him.
That is self-hate. before
I've
Black
never
women.
seen a clip of him where he actually praises a Black woman. for
That's what I'm
doing
saying. He's got
something
Black woman issue he's got to deal with.
Because if you listen to Stephen A. Smith and you find anything other than some absolute pure self-hating little dick energy nonsense from that half-witted idiot basking in the non-existent rays of his own ignorance, it is sad to me that he even gets an audience of Black men. Why aren't Black men right now saying, Stephen A. Smith, we banning him, we not listening to his podcast, we're not watching his show anymore? That's what Black women do. We organize.
But there are a lot of Black men who question whether or not they have the ability to breathe and lead in an era of Black girl magic.
But I also think the brother's also trying to get and maintain and grow a bag. And he's similar to a lot of the Black Republicans who ideologically could not articulate anything worth mentioning, are out here caping because they're not in competition with Bakari Sellers or Andrew Gillum. But they're at the front of the line on that side because they're willing to say the things that white people think and don't get to say with license. But they got you, Cape and Clown, who's willing to say it, and they get rewarded for it.
Native Land Pod's Angela Rye, Tiffany Cross, Andrew Gillum, and Bakari Sellers would weigh in.
That Stephen A. Smith is trying to curate an audience. Who is that audience? It's not.
No, his presidential run is what it is.
It's his presidential run. It's not. I promise you, it's not. Matt, how do you know it's not that Stephen A. is trying to curate as his fan base? Well, Exhibit A. So this is Stephen A.'s show. It's called Straight Shooter with Stephen A. Right? You see the American flag in there, almost a Blue Lives Matter flag. Your fan base, however, the one you're curating, you should invite Steven Crowder. That's a comment on that same video. AI joke Chuck deserve. Whoa, pause. Can we pause really quick? Go back and show that deserve spelling. We have to see this. This is the community you're curating. AI joke Chuck. They thought it was funny. We voted for Trump policy. We aren't little. He spelled aren't wrong.
We voted for
we
Trump
aren't
on
little
policy.
sensitive babies about personality quirks. So the community. Let's talk about it though. Let's talk about it. The community. Stephen A. Smith.
He's curating an audience of what? Do you ever watch The Amazing Lucas?
Yes.
The white ignorance.
White ignorance.
That's
Wants to curate. Are these?
Yep.
They're not Black people. They're not us. They're not. It's those niggas.
Keep the politics out of sports. The thing that pisses me off about shit, like Stephen A. Smith be saying, is because like, why is white supremacy like never your enemy?
You can see in a lot of his older videos when he was talking about how he even got into this like sportscasting. The big thing that always threw me off, he will always talk about, how can I make these white men more money so therefore I can make money.
One of the best pods out there, The Jam, weighed in as well, along with.
It's interesting that he chose Jasmine Crockett. Now, she doesn't serve in any leadership position. She's in the minority party. I wonder why he didn't single out, for instance, the president of the United States. And is he serving his constituents, the people that voted for him, by, I don't know, attacking a committee and maligning a committee, or maligning the opposition, the Democratic Party, or rambling in front of generals and the Navy? How is his constituents served? Does he serve his constituents like Mike Johnson, who constantly calls recesses so he won't have to deal of the matters of Congress, or Jim Jordan, who's been in Congress for 18 years and never has written one piece of legislation in 18 years. I wonder why it isn't those people that he singled out. We're never going to argue about the efficacy of Congress. I think we have an agreement there. I think that they are not effective. I think that they don't do the job. I think that they don't represent their constituents well. But Jasmine Crockett is a member of the minority party. She holds no power. Her party doesn't have any power. She's not at the top of the minority party. She's a very junior congressman. So why would it be her that you would single out? Her job to represent her constituents. When you're in the opposition party, the minority party, your job is to object and to be loud, to be a fly in the orbit, to gum up the works. She's doing what it is she has the power to do, what's in her capacity to do, what's in her bandwidth to do. This is what she's supposed to do.
Comedian and actor D.L. Hughley on the topic. Plus,
this is exactly what he does. He says things.
And that's exactly what you do as well. The link is in the chat. What do you think about that? Oh, well, I think you said the exact same thing.
Yes. The only thing I would disagree with is Tiffany Cross, where she's kind of railing against black men. This is kind of old to us. We have been calling Stephen A. Sambo or a raccoon for decades longer. When Joy Reid still had a job on MSNBC, we had been saying that. But like the brothers had said, his main audience is, you saw from the comments what audience he's trying to curate and pander and manufacture consent to. You know what I mean? So there were a bunch of people. Terrell Owens went on to First Take, and he said, man, Stephen A. Max Kellerman, who was his white co-host, he said, bro, he's more on code and blacker than you. And that was one of the things that since Stephen A. already didn't like Max Kellerman, and that was one thing that sent him off the rails, because it was a bunch of black men that was agreeing. So we've been saying this, that like, hey, we know that he's not speaking to us or for us. Like the brother brought up in the clip, he was on an interview that said he wakes up and his first concern is to think about how he can make his bosses more money. The dude
he wasn't lying. He absolutely said that. I heard him say that.
Yes.
My husband used to watch First Take all the time. Go ahead.
No, and he was being completely honest with that. But mind you, he has a family. He didn't say he wakes up thinking about his daughter, thinks about his mama. He's thinking about how to make his non-black boss more money. And then when he tries to invite people on, he tries to act like he's so pro-blackity black, and then he'll invite on people that have said disgusting things about the black community. Bill O'Reilly, Sean Hannity, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro. Right. He's not trying to reach out to any other black grassroots. He's been debating for over 30 years, but he won't debate D.L. Hughley. Right. We don't have to like each other to debate. Right. Like if you believe that you're intellectually superior or more politically astute, then. And all of these people I don't agree with all the time, but we don't need to agree with each other all the time to be on code. He won't go on Amazing Lucas show. He won't even reach out to him. But Amazing Lucas has a bigger following than some of the other people that he reached out to. He won't have a sit down with Joy Reid. He won't sit down with Bakari Sellers or any of these people. Roland Martin. And then when he did sit down on Roland Martin, he kept deferring and saying, Roland, you know more politics about it than me. Okay, so then won't you just shut up and let him cook? Instead, he keeps trying to chime in with illogical fallacies and inaccurate information. And then you sit down with Roland, and then you turn around and repeat the same inaccurate talking point. So it's like, bro, he'll just pander to who's ever in front of him. But when it comes to us, and like D.L. Hughley said, Jasmine Crockett is not in power, so most of his vitriol, most of his disdain and criticism should be for those who's in power, because he was criticizing the Democrats, which I was okay with, right? Because no party should get a pass, right? Criticize the Green Party, criticize the Libertarians, Democrats, Republicans. But if you're only criticizing the Democrats and the Democrats were in power, and that was the case that he was making, I'm criticizing them because they're in power. Okay, now the Republicans.
He has no criticism of any policy that has gone on. So that's what is off. You're yelling at Jasmine Crockett for actually saying that the Congress people should have went out of town uh, uh, in Texas, and that is within their right to go out of town. So the simple fact that she supported them and said that when they had a coup d'etat in Texas when she was in the state legislature, she left town as well, because those are the metrics and the things that they can do to slow down what is going on in Texas. So if that is so, why you got a problem with her doing what is at her hands to do?
Did he talk about the gerrymandering going on in Texas?
No.
He did it.
Of course
did it
not.
in California too, but the California was in response to Texas. But
And it was upon voters' approval.
correct.
Mhm.
But did Stephen A? He didn't talk about that, and this is what I'm trying to say. He's not politically astute, but he pretends to be, but only railing against the Democrats. And then he'll try to say that he's not a Republican. I'm an independent. Like, bro, you sound just like a Republican, and that's fine if he is a Republican. But it's just stop cosplaying as something other than that. I personally don't get into if you're a Republican or Democrat. I'm not. I'm politically independent. But both parties are worthy of criticism. But if you're only criticizing the Democrats when they're not in power, that is an agenda that he refuses to admit to.
Right. Right. Exactly. Now, I think here we go. Here, let me show you him about lying on Mark Kelly, because I had to go in on him. I want you to hear this buffoon when he's fact checked and continues to lie.
Opportunity to perhaps change your position on what you said.
I'm not changing a thing.
Okay.
I didn't stutter when
You
I
want to
said
stay
it.
loud and wrong?
Well, you could call it loud and wrong all you want to. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. As it pertains to Mark Kelly, what I was talking about is military. What I did was get on the phone with family and friends who have served in the military. And I said, we're not civilians. This is not the court of law. You can be implicated for implying something if you are a former military member or you are a present military member. It wasn't what Mark Kelly said. It's the fact that he was a combat Navy pilot who served in the military, who would tell folks, ignore an order when it could get them in a world.
I'd love to give you the opportunity to perhaps change.
That didn't go far enough, and then he goes back and said, "That's what I said. Ignore a legal order," and that's not what he said. We heard what he said. Mark Kelly didn't say that. So.
But just even that energy, I ain't apologizing for a damn thing. You see what I'm saying? Like he's trying to puff out his chest, but he didn't have even a scintilla of that energy when he was with Bill O'Reilly, when he was with Sean Hannity or anyone. He's always ha-ha kikiing in their face. He's never serious. His tone is always, yeah, I'm Stephen A. Smith. His tone just goes down a bunch of decibel levels, but every time he's around females, he's yelling and just foaming at the mouth. I'm standing on what I said. And like she said, you can be loud and wrong. There's a difference between having a opinion and just being factually incorrect. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts. So if you saying 2 + 2 is 5 and I'm trying to correct you and then say, hey man, I'm standing on, you know what I mean? I said what I said. Yeah. And what you said was wrong. He just doesn't want to. Everyone has been wrong at some point, but see, he's on that TV and he doesn't want to admit that he's wrong. So he tries to play this kind of pompous, arrogant role that like, I'm just standing on what I said. Yeah. And like she said, you're loud and wrong. And he tries to deflect and say it's an opinion. No, if there's a clear fact and you're saying something other than what the fact is, that's a lie or misinformation, however you want to slice it, but it's not the truth.
Now, he also has a new paramour. Oh my God. Oh God. Chris Cuomo and News Nation. They did a town hall. It was none other than Chris Cuomo, the angry man that his brother didn't win the election, as he tried to cover for his brother for doing the same thing that got his ass fired at CNN. Chris Cuomo, Bill O'Reilly, and Stephen A. Smith did a town hall. Let me right quick. I want you to hear the full context of what he did on The View. I'm going to have to remove this from my channel because I just really want to be clear.
Okay, so you recently accused Senator Mark Kelly, a veteran, an astronaut, of crossing the line for participating in a video reminding troops that they can refuse to follow illegal orders. Okay. Let's see some of what you said, my friend.
Sure.
You know better, Senator Kelly. You know better. How dare you do that? You could go to the House. You can draw up paperwork. You can try to start articles of impeachment if you think there's something illegal. I mean, damn, it ain't like y'all haven't done it before. You impeached the man twice. Where that get?
And when they did it before, he was successfully impeached for his actions. But let's continue.
Got his behind back in the White House. Had you left him alone since 2020, maybe he wouldn't be back. You don't tell military men and women to ignore an order from the commander-in-chief. You don't do that.
Caffeine's a bitch, you know?
Now, let me just remind you that Pete Hegseth said in 2016, I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes. If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. Okay. Now, given the fact that the secretary himself said that, I'd love to give you the opportunity to perhaps change your position on what you said.
I'm not changing a thing.
Okay.
I didn't stutter when
you want to stay loud and wrong?
Well, you could call it loud and wrong all you want to. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. Okay. Here's the reality of the situation. First of all, I don't give a damn what Pete Hegseth.
This is not up to opinion. This is up to the reality. You have the right to your opinion. I have the right to mine.
Hegseth has to say, because I will tell you right now, he was never qualified for the job. When you talk about DEI and eradicating that, excuse me, what was he doing hosting Fox News on the weekend and all of a sudden he's the defense secretary? Please give me a break. I don't care what he has to say. Let me get that out the way. As it pertains to Mark Kelly, what I was talking about is military. What I did was get on the phone with family and friends who have served in the military. And I said, we're not civilians. This is not the court of law. You can be implicated for implying something if you are a former military member or you are a present military member. It wasn't what Mark Kelly said. It's the fact that he was a combat Navy pilot who served in the military, who would tell folks, ignore an order when it could get them in the world. I said illegal. I said ignore an order when it could get them in the world. I said illegal. I said illegal. I'm talking illegal. It could get
no, you didn't say
I said illegal. I said that he was a combat Navy pilot who served in the military, who would tell folks, ignore an order when it could get them in the world. I said illegal. I said illegal. I'm talking illegal. I understand that.
He said you don't have.
At no point, you heard what he said on his show, and you heard him repeat what he said on his show, and then tried to go back and say, I said illegal. At no point did he say illegal. I concur with your last point. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he tried to correct it on the spot. And then this is what he likes to do, where this is why he's a tap dancer. He'll go around and say he disagreed with the Pete Hegseth hire, right? But he won't call him a DEI hire.
No, not at all.
And he'll parrot those talking points. And then has Stephen A. covered this because there was a black female, Lieutenant General Talita Crosland. She was, I believe she was part of the defense, like she was over the health department. So Pete Hegseth forced her to resign because she was considered a DEI hire. They're not questioning her chops if she's qualified for the job. Just excuse me, because she's a black woman. you know, it's kind of like the Charlie Kirk and the black pilots thing. Oh, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to wonder if she's qualified, right? Nothing about her said DEI. And this is the whole thing, kind of back to the Pharrell thing, where they conflate DEI with being unqualified. And based on the metrics, only 5% of the DEI jobs and benefits have went to black people. That mainly helps everybody else, immigrants, non-black people. It mainly helps white
women and the disabled.
Correct. And that's what I was going to say. If there's a straight white man, he breaks his leg, now he's handicapped, now he's disabled, now he becomes part of a marginalized minority group entitled to the same benefits as you. Because, hey, you can't discriminate based on skin color. If there's a white dude who says, you know what, I want to be trans now, they're entitled to the same things. And they did like a DEI ladder, and guess who was at the bottom? Black people. But guess who they picked as the mascot for DEI? It's the same thing with affirmative action. Stephen A. won't call any of this stuff out. Also, there was Admiral, what was his name? Admiral Bradley. He also resigned. Actually, his name was Alvin Hosley.
Hosley, because he would not accept. He would not.
Wouldn't do those illegal
accept
strikes.
those illegal strikes. And you know what Hegseth told him? When I tell you to do something, you get your ass to it, or you get out of here. And that's why he retired. This has come out now that this is what Hegseth told a 4-star admiral. Hegseth, a unqualified motherfucker who only was able to run a platoon and then grovel under 45, 47 in his first administration and asked for his buddies who had been convicted or were on trial for committing war crimes when Hegseth was their buddy, and they got caught up on war crimes, and he got pardons for his war crime doing buddies, convicted buddies. And he tells a 4-star admiral, you do what I say or you need to go. Let's not forget about the black 4-star general who was over the Joint Chief of Staff. To this day, Hegseth has not it's CJ, his name's CJ something, CJ Brown. He got rid of him. He was over the whole Joint Chief of Staff, and he got rid of him and gave no other reason than that man, that 4-star general, was black. And everybody knows that that's the reason. Who did he replace him with? You know, this Dan Kane that they always talking about? You know how Dan Kane got in 45, 47's purview in the first place? He went to a military facility where Dan Kane was, and it has been reported that Dan Kane came out in a MAGA hat, in his uniform with a MAGA hat on. It has been reported. Now, you're not supposed to wear any campaign paraphernalia on a military base. So now, who takes this 4-star general position? Dan Kane, who had retired, who was only a 3-star general, and he was not even qualified for the position. It was about a month and a half ago that they gave him the position, and it was not until about a month and a half ago that he did everything that qualified for him to have the position. Do you hear me?
Yeah, no, I hear you. And not only that, there's been this rampage of they're just been removing anything. So for decades, this information has been, whether it's in the Smithsonian, the Department of Defense, and now all of a sudden, many of these things are being considered woke. So they removed some educational information about the Tuskegee Airmen. What the hell is woke about that? And then based on backlash, some said that they allegedly put it back. Oh, we didn't mean to move that. They removed anything from Black history. Jackie Robinson, William Carney, Charles Calvin Rogers are just a few names. that they removed because they said it was they were calling it DEI, but they said that their DEI meant discriminatory equity ideology. And they said this was woke cultural Marxism. That's why they removed it. Now, mind you, they'll remove the Tuskegee Airmen and say that's woke. But then if someone says, hey, look, we should probably remove this Thomas Jefferson statue because you guys are pro-life, right? You love kids. And this dude was a rapist and a pedo. But no, they want to commemorate him. But that's not woke. That's not Marxism. That's not DEI. That's just what? American exceptionalism. That's how they want to frame it. So I say, hey, well, then are you proud? Then you have to ask specific questions. Since you guys love Thomas Jefferson so much, do you approve of him being a pedo? Like, you have to ask direct questions, and then they start splaining and all this stuff. Because how are you denigrating people who this country hated their life? And they say, you know what, we're still going to fight for this country because we believe in this idea of America, right? You're going to remove them, but uphold someone who's a known pedo, a known slaver. Because if you ask them, hey, is slavery degenerate? Is being a pedo degenerate? And they'll say yes. So then why are you celebrating that? And then they have no question. Then they start talking about George Floyd and BLM, something that has nothing to do with the questions you're asking them.
I concur. Nothing at all. Now, let me share this with you. I want to know if you've heard this, and I wonder, do you know this is a pastor? Have you heard this? In who is this pastor? Just a little quiz. Let me restart it.
The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. I know. Just wait. Some of you guys are really upset, but let's talk through this because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian in today's society should be able to defend what I just said. Okay? Every Christian should be able to defend it. Big evangelicalism has been getting this wrong for years, basically since the Genesis, since the advent of Big Eva. They haven't had a good answer for the slavery issue. All right, Christians in America have been led astray on this topic. They've been led to believe things that the Bible doesn't teach. And when we go beyond the Bible, there are dire consequences. The institution of slavery is not inherently.
I wish I had the full clip. What he goes on to say is you cannot look at slave owners as bad people because basically they were just men of their times. Do you know whose pastor that is? That's P. Hegseth pastor, a white a Christian nationalist pastor. This is who he is being taught the abridged Bible from. Let that sink in.
And then I even seen someone in the chat that was talking about Democrats and morality. What is moral about this? And see, this is when people talk like this, you have to let them expound on what they're actually saying. Because if he's saying slavery is not inherently bad, okay, well, there's a bunch of poor European countries, right? So would he be advocating for someone to go over there to enslave them, you know, to provide some sort of benefits for that society? It shouldn't be a bad thing, right, to enslave people. Then why do we have people, you know, crying about human trafficking, right? That is a form of slavery. If it's not inherently bad, then why are we even discussing it? So they try to play it one way because they're talking about enslaving a particular demographic of people. But if you say, okay, you know what, I agree with you. Slavery is not bad. So I don't mind having, but instead of white, you know, I don't want the lazy blacks. I want the high IQ whites to be my slaves, right? And then it turns into, well, you hate white people and white genocide. But it's like you just said slavery was okay. But see, they try to play these games. And what they're trying to say is like, no, particular groups of people are okay to be enslaved, but we wasn't talking about us. And if you're going to entertain these conversations, it's imperative to get them to say what they really mean and say it with a full chest, because they try to turn around. And another thing that they like to say, Black people talk about slavery too much. But what is he doing? Talking about slavery. And then even if you were talking about slavery too much, that's like saying somebody talks about football too much and then you make content talking about someone else talking about football. So you're still talking about football. So if we're talking about slavery too much, why don't you just ignore us? But instead you talk about slavery by saying we talk about it too much. But you're the one who keeps bringing it up. On your day-to-day conversations with Black people, slavery doesn't even get mentioned. It literally doesn't. But then
how come they know so many Black crime statistics, but they don't know their own?
Yeah. And as soon as you ask them, it's like, and think about this. They say that they have. So imagine that you said, I have pizza fatigue. And I say, Ronnie Q, what you about to go do? Oh, I'm just headed to the store to go get a slice of pizza. Mm-hmm. I thought you just said you have fatigue of pizza. So it doesn't make sense of you eating pizza. So even though they reframed Black fatigue, because Black fatigue wasn't what they meant, just like they do with everything else, Black fatigue was Black people being fatigued of the oppressive system that we're constantly subjugated to. That's what the original sentiment of Black fatigue meant. They turned it into Black fatigue that, oh, we're tired of Black people complaining and we're seeing fight videos and ratchet and Black culture and stuff. So if you were tired of that stuff, just turn the TV off, stop scrolling, stop engaging with content that has to do with what you call Black degeneracy. Instead, they'll find a Black fight video, share it, comment on it, and say, I'm tired of Black people. They'll talk about Jasmine Crockett and say they got Black fatigue. They'll talk about this person and that. They'll talk about Black people consistently while saying that they're tired of talking about Black people. Does that make any sense to you?
No, it makes no sense to me, but it makes perfect. They have to have an enemy. They cannot look at the enemy that actually have them in their station at life. They can't look at themselves. They can't look at all the policies that they are continuing to vote for that keep them in their condition. So it can be the person that I voted for that have put these policy forward that have my life at a standstill. It can't not be that I'm not pulling myself up by the bootstrap because I'm not a Black or brown person. I don't have to do that. I pretend like I don't understand this white privilege, but I'm sitting up here trying to live in this privilege that I pretend that white people don't have. So who has me down? And you think about what has a Black person done, interacted in these people's lives at all. Half of these people don't interact with Black people at all. So they seek it out to be what? Victims.
Yeah, I mean, you even got some victims in your chat. Somebody is bringing up the 1350, and I mean, that can easily be debunked. I can, debunk that in real time. But let's just say that those stats were accurate, right? Who is committing the rest of the crime? So they talk about the Black community has an accountability problem, but nobody is taking accountability in the white community. Many of you live in segregated enclaves where you don't even live around Black people, but that's all you're complaining about. You live in a lily white neighborhood and you're talking about what about Chicago? You never been to Chicago. You don't want to go to Chicago, but you keep bringing it up to bring up some crime stats. And let's just say those crime stats were accurate. What are you doing to rectify the situation? You jumping on panels and being a faceless troll, complaining about crime stats. How does that help crime? How does that help deter crime? So are you whining, not doing anything about it? Go ahead.
What about all of the pedophilia? What are the pedophilia for men and the Black men and the white men? How about that? What about the crime statistics about all the incest? Who has the higher statistics on that? What about all the other loose
them
yeah,
having
bestiality
intercourse with animals and pets and stuff. When they talk about the Haitians are eating the cats and dogs, well, you guys are screwing the cats and dogs.
So give us some of those statistics. We'll wait.
They don't have them, but these are supposed to be the high IQs. This is your community.
And with the number, and if they want to talk about the 13%, okay, so it's 13%. So what does that mean? That means that non-black people are still killing more than that little 13%. I don't care if you're trying to say that 13, what is it, 1360 you say?
They say 1350. They always the numbers all change. 1355, 1380. It's just making it up. And not only that, it's based on arrest records. Why won't they do it on
I was
conviction?
just about to say.
You know why they don't do it? They do the arrest to inflate the numbers. So if there's a murder in a town, right, and they have 10 black suspects, they're going to arrest all 10 and they're going to inflate the numbers and say, look at these 10 black people that we arrested. They're only going to probably charge one of them, right?
And what is the
mark it down as one conviction? They're going to mark down the 10 arrests versus one conviction. And not only that, they don't talk about this because they love to say per capita. We'll talk about this per capita. 13%, over 50% of the exonerations mean that we were wrongfully convicted and locked up for the wrong reasons in the first place.
How come? Who is more exonerated for crimes that they didn't commit? Who is more exonerated for crimes they have not committed? You never put those little statistics up. You don't want to talk about those statistics
and
that
now,
we know exist.
And now they're in the chat saying, oh, you're making it up. What's the stats for it? Y'all looking up the stats for us, but you won't go look up I'm not doing your research for you. Go look. It's your community. Right?
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and look for yourself. Do your own work.
And this is the thing too, right? If we were just making stuff up and you have black fatigue, why are you even here in the chat? You think that we're lying. You think that we're low IQ, but you're in the chat. This is not black fatigue. This is black obsession. You came over here to whine about black people, but instead they're not in white spaces. When they're in white spaces, they're not talking about enriching the white community. They're complaining about black people. Then they go from the white space where they're complaining about black people to the black space to complain about black people. And then they say they have fatigue. No one is forcing you to listen to us. No one is forcing you to talk about black people. Go live in your segregated area and, do a circle jerk with Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump Jr. and Jared Kushner. No one is forcing you to be here. There's no gun to your head forcing you to listen to this.
And MAGA has only banned pornography from children's classrooms. That's a lie. That is a whole lie. Where's the porn in Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret by Judy Blume? Where's the pornography in that?
And on top of that, shouldn't you go be talking to the Catholics who have a proclivity for playing with little boys' booty holes? Like, shouldn't you be talking to them? Where's the accountability for them? They play with a little boy's butt and then get sent across the country to go do it again. Find me one content creator, whether it's Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, find me one content creator talking about white on white crime. It's a bunch of black people talking about we need to do this and we need to do that and blacks this and blacks that. It's a bunch of us doing that. Where are the white people doing that, holding themselves accountable? When Nick Fuentes was on Piers Morgan, he was asking them about the white school shooters and he started talking about black gang violence. How was that accountability?
The famous last word of Charlie Kirk, his question was about the school shooters and who commit more gun crimes.
Trans mass shooters.
Oh, the trans mass shooter.
And he was about to pivot to gang violence, which he was going to say it was mainly black people because his spiel, he kept using that talking point on multiple tours. So as he was transitioning into black gang violence, shot by a white man. Allegedly.
He said, do you mean, is that including or excluding gang violence? And those were his famous last words. So you guys are so obsessed with us and so unconcerned and unaware that you are the target. It is so.
In the chat just talked about the white on white crime at Brown University, a slaughter. And he's over here talking about 1350 of blacks. Where's the accountability for that? Actually, drop in the chat what white content creator is talking about the Brown University in terms of talking about white culture and fatherless homes and things like that. Like, who are these kids? They always say with us, who raised them, right? With George Floyd, who raised George Floyd? He's a druggie and all this stuff. Okay, who raised these people that made them deranged to go shoot up?
Who raised Carl Reiner's son, who just gutted them? Who raised him?
That's another one.
Huh?
Nobody is talking about culture. Nobody is talking about culture.
And they were staunch Jewish. They were they were about to enjoy Shabbos. What is it? Shabbats or whatever. I'm not up on Jewish. Who raised him? You ain't got no questions about that? Huh? Who raised him?
Instead, he's in the chat talking about black gang violence and calling us liberals. You see what I'm saying? Where's the accountability?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, so I appreciate you coming up today. Anytime you want to drop by, you're more than welcome to drop by.
Yeah, I had time today. Before I usually just catch you in passing. You know, today I had time, so this was a fruitful stream. So I had a blast for sure.
No matter the culture, the problem is being poor. Everything else is just effects. I concur. I concur.
And multiple studies have said that crime is not inherent to a specific race or ethnic group. Poverty, they said poverty, not race. Poverty is the greatest predictor of crime. And when you hear phrases like crime pays, right? That wasn't some black person that came up with that. That was people in the organized. They got the Jewish mafia, Italian mafia, Irish mafia. Those are the people who, emphasize that the crime pays. You know what I mean? The Gottis and the Roaring 20s and all this stuff when they were selling illegal booze.
And JF Kennedy's daddy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who had known ties to the Irish mob. Those are the crime pays people. The why didn't they comply? But since they are doing organized crime and they don't necessarily get caught for it on paper, they're not criminals, but they're engaged in the criminal acts every day.
Let's keep it a book. Kennedy's father was a prolific bootlegger, and that was just the drugs of their day.
Yep. But and nobody's talking about culture. Nobody's talking about who raised them. Nobody's talking about kids out of wedlock or anything like that. So yeah, man, Ronnie Q, you got to keep the pressure, keep intellectually dominating. And, this has been a phenomenal stream. So yeah.
It was. I enjoyed myself.
So I'll if you're about to shut down, I'll just go ahead and drop down so that I can let you wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm about to drop down. Say something in the chat so I can drop your link again. And you guys go over there and subscribe to Be Easy, that dude. I appreciate you coming up, Be Easy.
Oh, yeah, it's no problem. So hold on. Let me get to the chat. Okay.
Okay.
So I just dropped something in the chat.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So we're going to go over to Be Easy and make sure we subscribe to his content. He has great content. Thank you for coming up, Be Easy.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Keep doing the great work.
You as well. Now, Be Easy. He has a whole lot more information than I have. So let me, I'm going to drop his link in the chat. Go over there and subscribe to Be Easy. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. Because I know I will be there. Here is his link. Right here. Oh, Sarah got it. Thank you, Z Sarah. Quick mod. Quick mod. All right, guys. I appreciate you guys all for being here. Do not forget, we will be having our wreath decoration competition on this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That will be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just bring your wreath figure. It has to have no decorations on it. However, everything that you're going to put on your wreath, have it already prepared. If you're cutting ribbons and all of that, have them prepared so you don't have to waste time preparing ribbons or whatever. Have all of your stuff, like they do on cooking shows. Have all your ingredients already separated and just ready to pop on your wreath. Right now, the pot is at $75. If you want to contribute to the pot, you're more than welcome. If not, I'm letting you know the pot is at $75. Hey, Leonard. The pot is at $75, and the best wreath will win the competition. A View is a View is going to be our judge, and I hope you guys come out, and you're going to have an hour and a half to complete your wreath. So be aware. I hope you guys come out and have a little crafting and creativities before Christmas, and what ugly thing? 75 bucks for that ugly thing. What a grifter. What are you talking about? You sound stupid. The simple fact. What ugly thing are you talking about? 75 bucks for that ugly thing. What a grifter. Grifting where? Where am I grifting when I'm doing a competition to award the best wreath in the competition? What ugly thing are you speaking of? Are you dyslexic? Do you not understand English? Should I put those sign language people to work so you can understand what is going on in the chat? If I'm giving away money, how am I grifting for money? Oh God, you guys are just dumb. All right, guys, I appreciate you guys for being here. Meet me here on Sunday for the Christmas wreath decorations. Z Sarah, I appreciate you being here. Leonard, thank you for being here. And that's it, and that's all that I have. I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your day. Let's give Be Easy a round of applause. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Bye-bye.